Chapter 321. The star demon within a radius of hundreds of miles had been killed, leaving only its body. Some of the star demon's corpses had been roasted and could be eaten with seasoning. Su Hengji and the others led a group of people into the depths of the territory. Let's hurry up. The Lord sent a message saying that he's killed a mid-stage star demon and is in the process of killing a late-stage star demon. Su Hengji yelled excitedly, "Boss Su, is the Lord really so powerful that he can kill a late-stage star demon?" The martial artists couldn't believe it. Jiang Chongkong had become stronger again after only half a month of seclusion? Of course. The Lord killed a mid-stage star demon when he was at the peak of the astral form. He's now a star demon, so killing late-stage star demons is a piece of cake. Su Hengji said proudly, "Let me tell you, as long as you work hard, you'll be rewarded." I heard that it was Boss Su who suggested to the Lord to expand the territory. I just casually said to the Overlord that the more people there are, the more the Overlord expanded. Su Hengji's face was flushed. Even high-level martial artists had to respect him now. It felt great. "Look, the star demon is falling." A martial artist pointed at the sky and said excitedly. The flying star demon kept falling. In the sky far away, a fiery red star suddenly exploded. An illusory soul was caught in Jiang Chongkong's hand. A late-stage star demon. That's all there is to a star demon. Astral power surged in Jiang Chongkong's palm. The soul-anchoring tree swallowed the soul and grew taller. However, it was still a long way from the 30-meter-thick soul-anchoring tree in the image. "Jiang Chongkong, you'll die a horrible death. The high-level star demons will definitely kill you," the soul roared and the powerless threat. Jiang Chongkong didn't care about it anymore. Humans and the star demon had always been at loggerheads. He wouldn't stay in his territory if he had the ability to. Besides, he also wanted the resources occupied by the star demon. If he wanted to expand his territory, he would either have to get rid of his neighbors or the star demon in front of him. He couldn't snatch the human race's territory for no reason, and the other forces wouldn't allow him to do so. Those who took the initiative to provoke him had nothing to say. However, if he took the initiative to take over other people's territories, if it was just one or two, the other factions could still tolerate it. But if there were too many of them, the other factions would definitely gang up on him. Therefore, he could only start from the perspective of length, which was to get rid of the star demon and expand his territory. Wherever Jiang Chongkong went, the star demon disappeared. When he killed a late star demon, no star demon came out to seek death. The expansion went smoothly. 15 minutes later, Jiang Chongkong stopped. The soul-stabilizing tree had grown quite a bit and was already 1.5 meters tall. This should be enough. I won't be able to digest anymore. Jiang Chongkong stopped moving. This place was already 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers wide. If it continued to expand, the people of the territory wouldn't be able to dig all the way in. Later on, there was still the matter of the wasteland reclamation team and the resource-rich wasteland. The manpower problem was still not solved. They couldn't keep up with his speed of expansion. After scanning with the soul-governing art and finding Su Hengji, Jiang Chongkong descended from the sky. "Lord," Su Hengji greeted respectfully. "Greetings, Lord." The surrounding martial artists quickly saluted and sized him up with all kinds of gazes. There was admiration, curiosity, and fear. "This place is enough for you to develop for the time being. Find the vein first. I'll go back first," Jiang Chongkong said lightly. "Don't worry, Lord. By the way, Lord, I plan to post today's matter on the internet and recruit more people," Su Hengji said. "Yes, we must recruit." Jiang Chongkong nodded. With more people, he would expand. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would want to take down the entire Void Realm and let everyone help him develop it. After thinking about it, Jiang Chongkong said again, "This time we'll find the star crystal vein and develop it. Pay the salaries. Each person will be given 2 rank 7-star crystals, and the rest will be given to me. That's how it'll be in the future." The development of the territory had been going on for more than a month, but he had yet to pay them. Professor Yin and the others could not work for him for free. Yes. Su Hengji was overjoyed and looked at the surrounding martial artists. Did you hear that? The Lord has already said that if we find another vein and develop it well, each person will be given 2 rank 7-star crystals. Long live the Lord! The martial artists shouted excitedly. Although Jiang Changkong had previously offered a high salary, only a few people had actually received it. Some people were already feeling resentful in their hearts. Jiang Changkong soared through the air. This time there was no problem. Rank 7-star crystals were no longer useful to him. As long as he had any, he would not feel the pinch even if he gave them all away, let alone 2. Of course, it also depended on who he gave it to. He might not feel the pinch if he gave it to his own people, but he would definitely feel the pinch if he gave it to outsiders. Back in the territory, Lin Nanfeng was sitting outside the territory basking in the sun with fruits and snacks beside him. He was having a good time. You're quite relaxed, Lin Nanfeng. Jiang Changkong came to his side and said lightly. Lin Nanfeng shuddered and hurriedly stood up. He said with some fear, Lord. Follow me. Jiang Changkong led him into the secret room. After the 2 of them sat down, Jiang Changkong said, Is there any movement from the Immortal Palace? What's the situation in the territory now? Lord, ever since you asked me to inform the Immortal Palace, they scolded me. Lin Nanfeng said aggrievedly, I don't even know what happened. I fainted the whole time. What happened after that? Jiang Changkong did not give him a good look. After that, the Immortal Palace asked me to investigate what happened at that time. You were in seclusion, so I couldn't find out. However, the people planted by the Immortal Palace have been trying their best to get close to the laboratory. Lin Nanfeng said in a low voice, I found that Professor Yin often revealed research progress. Jiang Changkong was not sure if Professor Yin had anything to do with the Immortal Palace, but he did not know if he revealed research progress or if he revealed all of it. After pondering for a while, he said, There are more people from the Immortal Palace in the territory now, right? Yes, I'm not sure. Lin Nanfeng said respectfully, The Immortal Palace can't expect me to succeed alone. Jiang Changkong nodded and waved his hand. That's it then. I'll give you a few pieces of rank 8-star crystals in the future and get your normal salary. Thank you, Lord. Lin Nanfeng's face lit up. He was about to leave when he stopped and said in a low voice, Lord, I recently got a piece of news. You should like it. What news? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. Liang Qiushani has been in contact with Galaxy Budokai recently. Liang Qiushani can actually get in touch with specially approved Budokai. A sacred sun appeared in Jiang Changkong's eyes. The sacred sun's radiance lingered in his eyes as he said with a trace of bewilderment, If that's the case, there must be a top-ranked martial artist behind her. I'm not sure. I also don't know how she got in touch with Galaxy Budokai. Lin Nanfeng shook his head. He felt that he, a member of the Research Palace, was about to become the Intelligence Palace. Okay, I got it. I'll pay attention to this matter. Do it well, and I'll give you an opportunity in the future. Jiang Changkong encouraged him and let him go to work. Lin Nanfeng curled his lips. Like hell, I'll believe you. Last time, you said there was a great opportunity, but what happened in the end? I was unconscious the whole time and didn't even know what happened. Now you're telling me this? Chapter 322. After driving Lin Nanfeng away, Jiang Changkong opened Budokai's official website. There were many people who contacted him privately. Su Hengji screened them for him, and there were still more than 100 people who signed up. These people were all from families or had connections in their own forces. However, there was no guarantee that they would be able to bring in more people. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong directly created a group and pulled all these people in. Look at the peerless genius, the youngest lord. Lord Jiang, may I ask if you were possessed by an old monster? Several messages came out in succession. Jiang Chongkong, expressionless, kicked them all out. Only talking about the wasteland, nothing else. If anyone else wants to talk nonsense, just leave. Lord Jiang, can you really take us to the wasteland? Soon, a group of people spoke. If Jiang Chongkong could take them to the wasteland, it would be a free win. If they couldn't get it, it would be a loss of time. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me first. Jiang Chongkong typed a line. Soon, the whole group quieted down, waiting for him to continue. My request is very simple. You just need to lie down and I'll take care of everything. If you can't get the wasteland, it's my loss. In addition, I know that you can't be in charge. You all have nowhere to go, so you came to me. Everyone, although this was the truth, could you not say it out loud? It would be embarrassing if you said it out loud. 49 places, and there are still about 100 people in the group. I only want people who can bring people. When I get the wasteland, I may need your help to expand my territory in the future. I'll also share some of the benefits with you. Jiang Chongkong typed, Lord, I have a question. A warrior called Ma Family representative came out and typed, Lord, your territory has only been in your hands for a month. If you want to expand, who knows how many years it will take. Moreover, the territory's population has increased recently. Lord, you have less land and more people now. Why do you still need more people? I just expanded 1,000 or 2,000 miles, mainly because there are too few people, or else I can expand a little more. Jiang Chongkong replied, Don't worry, if I dare to ask you to come, the territory can accommodate you. Everyone, 1,000 or 2,000 miles. Your expansion is truly terrifying. Did you come out of seclusion and step into the star realm? You'll be beaten to death by the star demon for being so arrogant. Now, tell me, how many people can you bring if the territory is developed? Don't lie, I'll get someone to investigate. After sending the message, Jiang Chongkong waited patiently. I can take 500 people. Let's not talk about 500. I can bring 1,000. Information after information was sent out, and Jiang Chongkong recorded it down. Soon, more than 100 people had sent their messages, and Jiang Chongkong began to clear them out. Those who didn't bring enough would be asked to leave, and those who brought more would stay. Some of them had brought about the same number of people, with only 60 left. These people could basically bring over 1,000 people. One of them could even bring 5,000 people. Jiang Chongkong was very curious. This person was called Choshui Haiteng. 5,000 people, ordinary families would not be able to bring out so many people. Those big families would definitely not have a problem. But if it was a second-rate force, it would definitely be difficult to bring out 5,000 people, unless they were given time to recruit people. Choshui Haiteng, can you really bring 5,000 people? Jiang Chongkong asked. If the Lord can get more than 5 pieces of wasteland, I can bring them. If there is only 1 piece of wasteland, I can only bring 500 people. Choshui Haiteng replied, At most 5,000. 5,000? Choshui Haiteng, where are you going to get 5,000 people? The other martial artists were shocked. They had over 1,000 people, and they were all high-ranking martial artists from their families, as well as some friends. What if I get the land and you can't bring them? Jiang Chongkong typed. Choshui Haiteng, we can sign a contract. There is land, but no people. I won't take a single cent and work for you for free for 5 years. Okay, I'll leave this pioneering team to you. You recruit the remaining 48 people. Jiang Chongkong decisively decided to throw the mess to her. If she could really bring 5,000 people, she would be given 10% of the profits. More work, more pay. It was impossible for Choshui Haiteng not to agree to such a thing. The other martial artists had no objections. Jiang Chongkong only looked at the number of people when he recruited, unlike others who only looked at the quality. I will arrive at the 53rd territory tomorrow. When I confirm the candidates, please hurry to the 53rd territory as soon as possible. Choshui Haiteng said. Jiang Changkong did not care anymore and sent a message to the three families and Hui Qinglan, asking them to investigate Qiushui Haiting. Although he had thrown the mess to her, Jiang Changkong could not trust her directly. He had to understand her first. Soon, Qiushui Haitong's information appeared on his phone. The daughter of the Yi family, the current head of the Yi family. Quite amazing. Jiang Changkong looked at the information. A few decades ago, there was a Yi family in the Void Realm. The head of the family, Yi Nan, had amazing strength. He was at the peak of the Star Realm, second only to the top martial artists. Unfortunately, he failed to break through to the Star Path Realm, leaving behind hidden dangers. During a battle in the ruins, he was besieged by the Star Demon and fell in the ruins. After that, it was the old story of everyone kicking a wall when it was down. The Yi family fell, and a group of people hit them when they were down. There was originally a late-stage star body expert, but not long after, he fell in a battle in the wasteland. The Yi family only had a few star body warriors left, so they could only give up the territory, withdraw from the upper-class competition, and keep a low profile. Qiushui Haitang, Yi Qiushui, star body peak. She had always wanted to revive the Yi family and had been working hard for it. Until now, when Jiang Changkong recruited people, she came. Jiang Changkong did not expect that Yi Qiushui would come looking for him when he said he did not want the star body. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. In the past few decades, although the Yi family had declined, it was only the high-end combat power that had withered, but the base number was constantly increasing. The Yi family's only advantage was that they had more people. As for the other wasteland reclamation teams, although 20% of the benefits was more than what Jiang Changkong gave, Jiang Changkong could make up for it in terms of territory. Moreover, the Yi family's population was not just 5,000. Over the years, they had also contacted other ruined family forces to unite and help each other. Not to mention these 5,000 people. Even tens of thousands of people could be pulled out. However, they would not put all their eggs in one basket. These united forces would join several teams to reap benefits. Yi Qiushui was putting the eggs here. After thinking about this, Jiang Changkong also relaxed. Star body warriors, so be it. For him, there was no difference between the star body peak and the star body peak. He began to check the information of the other wasteland reclamation teams. Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. There was actually a wasteland reclamation team made up of all star body warriors. Special approval for Budokai. Special approval for Budokai to cooperate with the Federation, who knew how many benefits there were, and they could go to the stars and participate in expeditions. It was not impossible to form a stellar-level team. These teams were basically in the early and middle stages, and there were only one or two in the late stages. A trace of seriousness appeared in Jiang Changkong's eyes. The history of some special approval for Budokai was definitely not shorter than that of the Federation. Just like these top forces, almost all of them followed the Federation step by step. After developing for so many years, operating in the Void Realm and profiting from the Star Body expedition, the accumulated capital was terrifying. Chapter 3:23. Thinking of the true heritage of those forces, Jiang Changkong fell silent. How should I get something from them? A bunch of rich guys. I thought that there was only one immortal palace, but now I realize that there are still many rich people. Jiang Changkong began to collect information on Budokai. There were 18 Budokai with special approval in the entire Federation, but only 3 had the ability to go on an independent space expedition. Budokai in the galaxy did not have the ability to go on an independent space expedition, so they could only follow the Federation or other Budokai. There were quite a number of top-tier forces in the entire Federation, about 30 to 40 of them, but only 5 of them could go on an independent expedition. Whether it was the 3 Budokai with special approval or the 5 top-tier forces, none of them were in the Void Realm but in space. Of course, the remaining 15 Budokai, the top-tier forces, would also participate in the expedition. They would work together to fund the expedition, build the space warships and go on an expedition. Otherwise, they would follow the Federation and participate in the expedition. No matter which one it was, these martial arts gatherings all had terrifying foundations. They obtained more resources in space than in the Void Realm, and they even had more than one top-tier martial artist. According to the information, if they went all out to cultivate a genius, those forces and Budokai would be able to create a top-tier martial artist. Jiang Changkong was envious at the thought of countless years of accumulation. In comparison, the first-tier forces in the Void Realm were much weaker. The poor became poorer, and the rich became richer. Fortunately, these top-tier martial artists have basically gone on an expedition or gone into closed-door training. Jiang Changkong muttered to himself. There was nothing for him to fear. They were able to gather 50 stars. In addition to Budokai being powerful, they had also invited other forces in the Void Realm. There was even a private message from Budokai in Jiang Changkong, inviting him to join the Wasteland Reclamation Team. He ignored it because if he joined, he would be sharing 20% of the profits with the other 48 people. He was not stupid. These two specially approved Budokai teams each formed a stellar-level team. In comparison, the C family was a little shabbier, but they were also luxurious. They were a mix of stars and astral bodies, and they were all on the same side. If the three of them worked together, they would be able to form a stellar-level exploration team. His phone rang. It was a message from Hui Qinglan. It's really lively. Because of you, many people have been stimulated. Because of me? Jiang Changkong was surprised and confused. Hui Qinglan called. Her voice was a little heavy. The internet is now praising you as an unprecedented genius. Coupled with your people adding fuel to the fire, some people feel uncomfortable. I think my people are telling the truth, Jiang Changkong said calmly, full of confidence. My rate of improvement is, of course, unprecedented in history, an unparalleled genius. I am worthy of this title. As long as he had the strength, Jiang Changkong would never be modest. Don't be too proud. Are you really going to bring a group of peak astral spirits to participate in the exploration team competition? Hui Qinglan frowned. Yes, I don't think there's a problem, Jiang Changkong said. You asked me to investigate Gu Yanyu. This time, she plans to participate in the exploration as an individual. She has joined the Galaxy team. Hui Qinglan said solemnly her soul attainment has improved. She is already in the late stage of the star body. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. He then asked, what about Qiu Yin? Qiu Yin has also joined the Galaxy team this time. Qiu Yin made things difficult for you before. Is he also here for you this time? Hui Qinglan was a little confused. But Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin don't seem to have much interaction. You'll know in the future, Jiang Changkong said with a smile. Do you want to join my team? I'll share some of the soup with you. Forget it. My identity doesn't allow it. My status has skyrocketed because of the godly cultivation method. Hui Qinglan said proudly, don't think that you're powerful just because you advanced quickly. Peak Star Warriors don't even dare to talk nonsense in front of me. Yes. Chief Hui is very capable. I admire you, Jiang Changkong joked. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and sensed the soul-stabilizing tree. For the past few days, Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin had not visited again. It seemed like they wanted to test him in the Wasteland Reclamation Team. When Jiang Changkong opened his eyes, a few pieces of spatial equipment appeared in his hands. They were obtained when he expanded his territory and killed the star demon. There were many star crystals inside, but there were very few rank 7-star crystals. He ignored them and only looked at rank 8 and rank 9 star crystals. For the 8th rank, 24,000 mid-grade, 35,000 upper grade, and 11,000 top grade. At the 9th rank, 16,009 pieces of low grade, 5,800 pieces of mid-grade, 95 pieces of high grade. Total essence, chi and spirit, 4219400 more than 4 million essence, chi, and spirit. 5 stellar-level star demon, one of which was even in the late stage of the star body realm. If it had not shrunk by 10 times, it would have been more than 40 million, almost enough for him to perfect one of his martial arts. This income could not be considered a lot, but it could not be considered bad either. It was passable. After reaching the star body realm, the quality of the star crystals that the star demon kept became higher and higher. However, there were not many high-grade star crystals in the first place. There were not many of them in a large mine. It was already not bad to have this income. It was not bad to be able to make 5 of his martial arts reach the initial success level. There was still half a month left. He could go around and hunt for the stellar-level star demon. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong left his territory and went to the ancient battlefield again. This time he planned to improve the 5 martial arts to the initial success level before going deeper into the ancient battlefield to find the star demon. As soon as he arrived at the ancient battlefield, the soul-stabilizing tree in Jiang Changkong's body trembled. Someone had entered the dark space. He used the soul-controlling art to check. It was Qiu Yin. "What's the matter?" Jiang Changkong asked coldly. The other party was definitely looking for him. "About the cooperation, what do you think?" Qiu Yin asked. "We'll talk about it later. I'm not in the mood now." Jiang Changkong was not in the mood to talk about cooperation. This guy had already hooked up with the Galaxy Budokai. He was not interested. Once they cooperated, the Galaxy Budokai would also join in. "Then answer my question. Are you Jiang Changkong?" Qiu Yin's faint figure raised his head and looked at the boundless darkness above. Jiang Changkong did not reply. He only stared at him silently. This guy was indeed here to test him. Qiu Yin waited for a while and said again, "Without my map, even if you have the soul-stabilizing tree, you won't be able to find the treasure. Our cooperation is the only solution." Jiang Changkong still did not reply. He only stared at him coldly. "Forget it. I'll wait for you to think it over." After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Qiu Yun sighed and his figure dissipated. Jiang Changkong frowned. He really did not know how to reply to Qiu Yun's test. If he directly admitted it, what if the other party believed him? If he did not admit it, the other party would not give up on this test. No matter what, from the moment he used the soul-killing array to break the incomplete star path killing array, Qiu Yin had been paying attention to him. No matter how he replied, he could not change the other party's attention. "I look forward to fighting again." Jiang Changkong sneered and started to improve. This time his soul-controlling art must be improved to prepare a big gift for Qiu Yin and the others. Chapter 324. God-reigning art, 3-meter golden body, bright moon, holy sun, and the Tai Chi mysterious art. All 5 of his martial arts had reached the initial level. Jiang Changkong had also reached the mid-stage of the starry body. The 5 stars were intertwined with mysterious patterns and emitted a majestic aura. The ancient battlefield shook slightly. All the bones within 100 miles turned into powder and scattered in the air. Jiang Changkong, mid-stage of the starry body, advanced rank martial art, 3-meter golden body. Initial level, 1/4. 8 million Tai Chi Yin Yang art. Initial level, 1/4. 8 million God reigning art. Initial level, 1/4. 8 million bright moon art. Initial level, 1/4. 8 million tyrant blade. Initial level, 1/800. 000 holy sun art. Initial level, 1/4. 8 million white cloud ninefold sutra. Initial level, 1/800. 000 the high-grade array Tao. Battle body star formation, incomplete initial level 1/800. 000 essence, energy, and spirit 228885. For after stepping out of the ancient battlefield, Jiang Changkong soared into the sky to search for the astral star devil. As Jiang Changkong went deeper into the mountains, he saw many star formations. A group of star demon was setting up a star formation. "Hurry up," the kings said that were facing a lunatic human. "We need to lay down this top-notch killing formation in order to block that lunatic." "I've also heard about it. That madman annihilated 15 forces for a piece of star crystal. The Star Kings, including the late-stage starry body, are all dead. We have to speed up." Jiang Changkong arrived silently and saw the star demon setting up a star formation. He used the god-raining art, and the star demon fell into an illusion. "What level is the star formation you're setting up?" Jiang Changkong asked. "King, we're setting up a 10th grade killing formation. We're waiting for the lunatic to come and die," the star demon said respectfully. The star embryo star devil said respectfully. In the illusion realm, Jiang Changkong was a star devil. 10th grade. How scared are these star demon? They're setting up a 10th grade killing formation to wait for me. A complete killing array? Jiang Changkong asked. The star demon said proudly, "Of course, this is a huge killing formation. It was set up by the great kings together." "What's the strength of those kings?" "Late star realm, and an old king at the peak of the star realm. It took out a tier 10 killing formation. If it wasn't for the fact that the materials were limited, the old king planned to set up 3 10th tier killing formations." The star embryos and star devils replied. Jiang Changkong's face twitched. He still wanted 3 10th tier killing formations. His current strength was not bad, and it would be hard for him to find a worthy opponent among the peak starry heavens. But isn't it too much for you all to use a tier 10 killing formation? Once this killing array was set up, if Jiang Changkong did not know about it and barged in, he might really die here. "Where is your king?" "Take me to him," Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly. "Yes, great king. Our great king has already gone to the depths as a guest. There are many old great kings there, and there are many rank 10 killing formations. Don't worry, great king. Once you go there, you won't have to worry about the human race's lunatics. Wait for us to set up the formation, and great king will come back." The star demon said respectfully. Jiang Changkong's heart was crumbling at this moment. He felt like he had been F***ed. "You all hid first. You guys are making things difficult for me. Great king, are you still going to see the other great kings?" The star demon looked at him in confusion. Why wasn't he moving? "No, you guys come back with me." The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. He waved his hand and directly extracted their souls. What was there to go? A group of old great kings. Were they a group of peak star realm cultivators? If there were only peak star realm cultivators, it would be fine to go and take a look. But there were still rank 10 killing formations. Going now would be courting death. Bringing the star demon's corpse. Jiang Changkong returned to his territory and directly handed these star demon corpses to Professor Yun and the others to deal with. There were very few star crystals inside, only some rank 7 ones. He was too lazy to take them. He would just keep them for his salary. Professor Yin accepted the high-level star demon's corpse and poured a cup of tea for him. Jiang Changkong thought of Lin Nanfeng's words and asked, "I heard from Lin Nanfeng that teacher intends to reveal the research information to the Immortal Palace." Professor Yin nodded lightly. "If the people from the Immortal Palace want it, we will reveal some to them. Our current research has yet to surpass theirs, so we can give it to them." Jiang Changkong nodded thoughtfully. "Teacher has been researching the star demon recently." "That's right. The star demon has been researching strengthening the human body in the past, and some drugs have been produced. But it wasn't as deep as the Immortal Palace's research." Professor Yin said indifferently, "There is no progress for the time being. When there is a breakthrough, I will inform you." "Then I won't ask." Jiang Changkong didn't care anymore after hearing this. As for whether there was any interaction between Professor Yun and the Immortal Palace in the past, he did not ask too much. After leaving the Research Institute, Jiang Changkong had nothing to do, so he went back to the secret room to study the lunar star formation. As time passed, Jiang Changkong's name spread more and more widely on the internet. If Jiang Changkong was previously an ally of the three forces, then he was just an ordinary first-tier force in the eyes of the major forces. Then, the current Jiang Changkong had the tendency to reach the peak of the first-tier forces. The top first-tier forces had the Star Peak cultivator overseeing them. If Jiang Changkong's wasteland reclamation team could really win by leading a group of people, then he would be the strongest group below the top tier. A force like that would become the Federation's priority, a candidate to become a top-tier martial artist. Hu Qinglan also sent him a message. Su Hingji and the others were not afraid of blowing things up and almost spread the news throughout the Void Realm. Jiang Changkong did not have any objections to that. Instead, he was a little happy. That was because if he could really do it, the Federation would definitely give him more benefits and give him more resources. After receiving the news, Jiang Changkong told Su Hingji to go ahead and spread the news. After giving those instructions, he put everything aside and focused on studying the lunar star formation. He wanted to study the 10th and 11th stage ones. Yi Qiushui came with the wasteland reclamation team. Jiang Changkong was in seclusion, so she brought people to tour the territory without disturbing him. It was not until 2 days before the wasteland reclamation team's competition that a phone call made him come out of seclusion. In the territory's reception room, the fragrance of tea was pleasing. A woman with a calm and expressionless face sat there. What a rare guest! Jiang Changkong sat down at the side. The woman in front of him was the deadpan face, Liang Qiushui. Changkong, now that we're in your territory, how do you plan to greet me? Liang Qiushui looked at the tea and said lightly, I used to make tea for you. Now that I'm a guest, it's time for you to make a cup of tea for me. Tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Changkong poured a cup of tea for her and said with a smile, Why? You dare to come here now? Aren't you afraid that I'll make you stay? Of course I'm afraid, but we're friends, and I can't bear to see anything happen to you. Liang Qiushui's expression was calm. She took out a note from her sleeve and pushed it over. This is my sincerity. Jiang Changkong opened the note, and his expression changed slightly. Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin were both from the Immortal Palace. The Holy Sun's flame burned the note into ashes. You've been in contact with the Galaxy Budokai recently. They've joined the Galaxy Budokai reclamation team. Are you betraying your teammates? They're teammates, but not always, Liang Qiushui said calmly. They belong to the Immortal Palace. Then where do you belong? What's your relationship with the Galaxy Budokai? Jiang Changkong's eyes sparkled. Liang Qiushui's ability was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 325. Liang Qiushui said calmly, You can't stand the Immortal Palace's research on the human body, can you? Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. You're also here for the celestial bodies? Liang Qiushui stood up and closed the door. After that, she turned around and looked at Jiang Changkong. I can tell you the origin of the Immortal Palace now. I'm all ears. The Immortal Palace was established a long time ago. Their goal was to explore the legendary Immortal Realm. Through the records of the ruins and the star text, many people now know that above the top martial artists are the legendary immortals and gods. Liang Qiushui explained calmly, Each of the 3 celestial bodies can be cultivated to the immortal realm. The other celestial bodies can also be cultivated to the immortal realm. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, Of course, but I don't know how to proceed without any further details. Liang Qiushui nodded and continued, Besides, they're only pursuing the legend. They only know that one can become an immortal through fusion. They don't know how to become an immortal or a god. Even the star demon doesn't know. Therefore, the Immortal Palace had been pursuing the 3 celestial bodies for years. The Battle Palace, the Sun Immortal Palace, and the Moon Immortal Palace were their targets. However, the 3 celestial bodies could move on their own. If anything happened, they might leave. Just like the Battle Palace, Jiang Changkong and the others went in and then left. The Moon Immortal Palace and the Moon Immortal Palace tried several times but failed. In the end, they had no choice but to let the top martial artists of the Federation try, but they still failed and could only temporarily seal them. Does the Immortal Palace have immortals? Jiang Changkong asked. Liang Qiu Xuani shook her head. I'm not sure. I don't know the Immortal Palace like the back of my hand. The Immortal Palace was established to study how to become an immortal. In the end, it's still about the 3 celestial bodies? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. You said that other celestial bodies can also be cultivated. The Immortal Palace won't put their hopes on this path. A scroll appeared in Liang Qiu Xuani's hand. She slowly unrolled it. This is the second path. A gray stream of air swept out, and a dark scroll appeared. There was nothing on it. Jiang Changkong's eyes glistened as the soul-stabilizing tree in his body shuddered vigorously. He raised his palm, and the invisible star force swept across the scroll. The gray airflow dissipated. Soul force, are you trying to scheme against me? Jiang Changkong's expression turned slightly cold as he held onto the scroll. Liang Qiu Xuani's expression remained calm. I wouldn't dare to use my life to plot against you. This is merely one of the paths that the Immortal Palace takes to pursue the immortal realm. What do you mean? Jiang Changkong frowned and played with the scroll. What other secrets could there be in this thing? This is a map of the labyrinth. It's related to a soul martial Dao expert's treasure, which is close to a deity. Liang Qiu Xuani explained, the soul-stabilizing tree is able to solve this maze and find treasures close to divinity. What's a soul-stabilizing tree? You're getting more and more confused. Even a deity isn't a real immortal. Jiang Changkong tossed the scroll to Liang Qiu Xuani and said in a displeased tone, just say it. I don't have time to waste with you. The Immortal Palace is trying to find the secrets of the immortal realm from the ancient deity's remains. Liang Qiu Xuani put the scroll away and said, this is the Immortal Palace's other path. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. The deity must be trying to find a way to become a real immortal. If he found the remains of a deity, he might be able to find the secrets of becoming a deity. However, it was obvious that Liang Qiu Xuani was testing him by taking out the map of the labyrinth. Having this thought, he was not willing to talk further. He changed the topic. You haven't told me your relationship with the galaxy Budokai. Will you be participating in the expedition? I would like to, but unfortunately I'm not strong enough. They only want stellar cultivators. Liang Qiu Xuani said calmly, as for my relationship with them, it's the same as yours. That's a big deal. You're even working with the galaxy Budokai. Jiang Changkong sneered. I wonder if the force behind you will send another person over if I leave you here. If Xuani dies, no one will be able to give you any benefits. Liang Qiu Xuani's expression flickered slightly. She put the scroll aside and said, I'll leave this for you. Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yun prepared it for you. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. Is she trying to show me the way? Or is she trying to get me to comprehend it in advance so that I won't fall into their trap? Xuani, farewell. Liang Qiu Xuani bowed slightly and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong watched her leave and did not stop her. Liang Qiu Xuani had indeed brought him a lot of benefits. However, he did not know what her true goal was. I'll leave this to Hu Qinglan. I'll take a look at the map of the labyrinth first. After putting the scroll away, Jiang Changkong returned to the secret chamber and converted the 8 martial arts into the spirit-governing art. The soul-stabilizing tree rose and floated at the top. Its roots spread and fused with the scroll. A dark space appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Paths appeared clearly and lit up the dark space, telling him how to get out of this place. There were dozens of ways to get out, but if he did not know them, he would only be lost in the endless darkness. Is this considered as deducing with the correct answer? Jiang Changkong raised his palm and burned the scroll with the sacred sun flame. The labyrinth in the map was no longer difficult for him. If Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin really wanted to use this labyrinth to deal with him, they would be courting death. Next, I'll go and meet Yi Qiushui. Jiang Changkong walked out of the secret chamber and informed Yi Qiushui and the others. In just a moment, all 49 people were present. Lord Jiang, Yi Qiushui and the others, who were dressed in purple, cupped their hands and greeted. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. Yi Qiushui had a good appearance and was only slightly inferior to Hua Tianluo. After seeing Hua Tianrui and Hua Tianluo's appearance, his resistance to beauties increased a little. How are the preparations? Have you discussed with your own forces? Jiang Changkong asked. Yi Qiushui immediately said, "It has been discussed. Don't worry, Lord Jiang. I have already signed the contract with Su Hengji. Then have a good rest. Tomorrow, come with me to the competition grounds of the offshore island." Jiang Changkong said lightly. Each of the 3 major areas had their own competition grounds. Yi Qiushui and the others had already figured out these things. They had been in the void realm longer than him. The group of people dispersed, leaving only Yi Qiushui behind. Jiang Changkong asked, "Do you have anything else?" "Lord, do you really plan to participate in the wasteland reclamation competition and only bring me a high-ranking warrior?" Yi Qiushui was still a little worried. Jiang Changkong's team was too shabby. If it were not for her who had taken the initiative to come over, it would really be the peak of astral spirits. "Don't worry. 108 acres of wasteland. I'll definitely get some." Jiang Changkong said confidently, "It's still the same thing. If it's impossible, I'll be the one to suffer." Yi Qiushui was silent for a moment, took out a long sword, and handed it to Jiang Changkong. "Peak rank 9 weapon, Lord, take it. The attributes don't match. Keep it for yourself." Jiang Changkong waved his hand. This weapon was of the water attribute, and he cultivated the blazing sun. However, Yi Qiushui was willing to take it out. She did not want him to fail. Chapter 326. The Wasteland Reclamation Competition had 60 wastelands in the 3 regions. Each region had 20 wastelands, and the top 10, regardless of their strength, could each get 2 wastelands. The remaining 48 wastelands were fought over by the top 10 in the 3 regions. Under normal circumstances, Budokai would not compete for such a small profit. However, this time, perhaps because of Jiang Changkong's provocation, both Galaxy and Budokai had come to intervene. The blue sea was boundless. The river surged, and the waves soared into the sky. One martial artist after another flew over and stopped above the sea. The competition on the outer sea's island would be held on this azure sea. Jiang Zhiqiao, Hai Hongjin, and Feng Zhenghua stood together, with several powerful martial artists next to them. Apart from them, there was also a group of martial artists whose strength was far stronger than what Jiang Changkong had seen before. Balls of light floated in the air. There were hundreds of them on the surface of the sea. Of course, apart from them, there were also some star embryo martial artists and some peak star spirits. Not every team could gather 50 high-level martial artists. Rumble. Thunder suddenly rumbled above the sea. A basketball-sized star, emitting countless lightning bolts, fell from the sky. "Lord Lei, I didn't expect you to host the Wasteland Reclamation Competition." Many martial artists and star body martial artists cupped their hands at the same time. The thunder ball trembled. "Everyone, as usual, will decide the winner by individual, then eliminate a group." "Of course. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to determine the winner." A late-stage star body martial artist cupped his hands and said, "Lord Lei, please begin." "There's no hurry. Recently, the internet has been abuzz with news that a peerless genius has appeared on the Wasteland Reclamation Island. Is he here?" Lord Lei's voice was gentle, with a hint of curiosity. "Changkong hasn't arrived yet. He may have been delayed." Jiang Zhiqiao said, "Please wait a moment, Lord. There's still a quarter of an hour before the competition officially starts at 7. How can Jiang Chongkong mess around in the wasteland reclamation competition? He must be too tired from leading 49 peak star spirits and fell asleep halfway. A huge azure ball of light vibrated. There's no hurry. It's not time yet. Let's wait for him, Lord Lei said without a trace of anger. Everyone stopped talking. They gradually realized that Lord Lei was on Jiang Chongkong's side. If it were someone else, even if they weren't angry, they wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Buzz. Golden light spread out, illuminating the world. A huge, holy sun flew over from the horizon, hanging above the sea. It was as if the sun had risen from the sea. Jiang Chongkong is late. I'm really sorry for making everyone wait for so long. The holy sun dissipated, and Jiang Chongkong descended from the sky with 49 teammates behind him. A peak astral body and 48 peak astral spirits. Lord Jiang, you really do what you say, the huge azure star said loudly. Previously, Jiang Chongkong had said that he would bring a group of people to win without taking any astral bodies, unless there were a lot of people. This group of people more or less knew about Yi Qiushui. Many of them were from Yi Nan's generation and knew about the Yi family situation. Looking at the other peak astral spirits, they really did what they said and planned to win without doing anything. I'm a man of my word, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Very well. I want to see how invincible you are. Azure Star snorted coldly with a hint of anger. Now everyone is here, 43 teams in total. Based on previous year's battle, we'll start with one-on-one. Half will be eliminated, Lord Lei said coldly. As soon as he finished, a blue lightning bolt streaked across the void. A huge stone platform descended from the sky, floating above the sea. There were 43 stone slabs on the stone platform. 43 stone slabs. Slate 0 will be used against the loser. The remaining 42 slabs will be randomly chosen by the instrument. Lord Lei said. As soon as he finished, 42 stars vibrated, shrunk at the same time, and flew towards the stone platform. Lord, go quickly. It's best if you can grab Slate 0, Yi Qiushui reminded him carefully. Jiang Chongkong nodded slightly and flew onto the stone platform. Each of the 48 light spears went to a stone slab and left. By the time Jiang Chongkong arrived, there was only one piece left, the second slate. Yi Qiushui was a little disappointed as he took back the slate. The 0 stone tablet was to find the weakest person among the 42 candidates to fight the loser. Jiang Chongkong didn't really care about this. After all, he had already reached the mid-star star stage. Without any special trump cards, he didn't care about the peak star stage. Number 1, fight number 41. Number 2, fight number 19. Star power converged, and an instrument flew out from the lightning. It projected starlight and condensed different numbers. You're really lucky. Jiang Chongkong, I'm going to take advantage of you. A ball of yellow sand flew up into the sky. Lord, be careful, Yi Qiushui whispered. Don't worry, we've already won. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. He leaped up into the sky. The Wasteland Reclaimers would use the sky as the arena, and the late star stage would kick off. Casualties are prohibited in the Wasteland Reclamation Battle. Captains can forfeit and admit defeat. Lord Lei's voice rang out. The other balls of light also soared into the sky, starting the first battle. I'm Sha Hongtao. I heard that you killed a late star demon after coming out of seclusion. Today, this old man will shamelessly give it his all. The ball of yellow sand dissipated. An old man with an indifferent expression and a hint of seriousness in his eyes appeared. Please. Jiang Chongkong cupped his hands slightly, and the sacred sun hung above his head. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, yellow sand filled the sky, and Sha Hongtao disappeared. Yellow sand fell from the sky and enveloped Jiang Chongkong. Star array patterns traveled through the yellow sand. You used your full strength as soon as the battle started. That's a wise choice. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. The blazing sun rapidly expanded, and the terrifying sacred light shone on the yellow sand. Let's see if your yellow sand can cover up the sacred sun. 10,000 miles of yellow sand. With a low roar, a golden hourglass appeared in the yellow sand. The wind howled and the sand gathered. Star array patterns appeared one after another, and the golden hourglass also burst out with dazzling golden light. Boom! A star array pattern, like the roar of a furious dragon, traversed the void and passed through the scorching sun. This is a superior 9th grade star array. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. With the old man's late-stage 9th grade strength and the golden hourglass, it wasn't difficult for him to construct a superior 9th grade star array. However, the golden hourglass contained a monstrous amount of star power. Apparently, it was also a treasure. As expected, no one who could participate in the reclamation was weak. Good eyesight. Lord Jiang, let me see how you're going to be invincible. Sha Hongtao sneered. Even a peak star cultivator wouldn't be able to walk out of the yellow sand star array easily. With this array, he had also killed a late-stage star demon. With the help of the golden hourglass, his power had multiplied. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Changkong. Then you'd better watch carefully. Jiang Changkong raised his hand, and the sunset glow spread across the sky. Saber, sunset. The sunset glow filled the entire sky, dyeing the yellow sand red and covering all light. It seemed that only the sunset glow was left in the world. Boom! As the majestic saber light fell, the yellow sand within thousands of miles dissipated, and the golden hourglass flew out. Sha Hongtao's body split open, turned into yellow sand, and healed in an instant. Chapter 3:27. The golden hourglass blossomed with golden light, and the yellow sand rose again. Sha Hongtao's body healed, but he disappeared again, merging into the yellow sand. The star formation was activated, and the patterns intertwined to form a yellow sand space. The endless yellow sand was like a desert. The sand flowed and swallowed Jiang Changkong. Lord Jiang, you're indeed very strong, but it's far from enough to defeat me. Sha Hongtao's voice resounded in the yellow sand space with a hint of pride. Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes, and the light of the sacred sun filled the yellow sand space. The endless yellow sand exuded a scorching aura. However, the flowing yellow sand was able to isolate the sacred sun, and the heat was only on the surface. The sacred sun could not penetrate it. Is this all you've got? Jiang Changkong's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, which was quickly followed by relief. He only knew the surface of the void realm. His previous opponents were all early-stage and mid-stage star bodies. Those late-stage star bodies had been here for decades at the very least. Some of them had been here for hundreds of years, or even longer. Those were the strongest forces in the void realm. They had a deep foundation, powerful treasures, and complete star formations. Even late-stage star bodies had the means to be unafraid of peak-stage star bodies. Some peak-stage star bodies might not be a threat to star path martial artists, but they were at least infinitely close to it. If Jiang Changkong wanted to gain a foothold in the void realm and not be bullied at will, he would have to pass through them. Without time to accumulate a foundation, he could only show his strength and move forward by stepping on them. With a thought, Jiang Changkong raised his right palm, and the power of the sacred sun transformed into the power rune battle body. Then let's end this. The 8 power runes vibrated, and the power rune star body rippled with a terrifying force. The invisible force fell, penetrating through the yellow sand and spreading to every corner. Rumble! Yellow sand surged into the sky, filling the sky with yellow sand. The space of yellow sand shattered in response. Uft! Sha Hongtao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body rolled repeatedly. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. How is it? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. What a powerful force. I didn't lose unjustly. Sha Hongtao cupped his hands and said, Lord Jiang, although your foundation is not strong enough, it is far stronger than mine. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows slightly. Senior Sand is also very powerful. I really can't do anything to you with just the power of the sun. Lord Jiang has learned many things in his life. Although he can be said to be refined, it is not profound enough. Sha Hongtao pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, This old man will be presumptuous and advise Lord Jiang to study the magical uses of star power as soon as possible. Jiang Changkong was silent for a moment before he cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior. When this matter is over, Changkong will concentrate on studying it. This was Jiang Changkong's shortcoming. Compared to those old guys, he was far inferior in the use of astral power. All along, it had always been strength that suppressed everything. With enough power, he could overcome any technique. This was something that couldn't be brought about by leveling up. His martial arts were more like a general outline. As for the various uses, miraculous uses, and upgrades, there were no. Just like how Hua Tianrui knew how to use the soul, if he learned it, his strength would be improved. This was something that could only be improved through painstaking study or by studying materials. However, no one would teach him these things. After the matter was over, he could go to the Nan family to learn it. As Sha Hongtao admitted defeat, the first battle ended. Jiang Changkong flew down and returned to Yi Qiushui's side. Yi Qiushui said in a low voice, Lord, Senior Sha Hongtao's words are very reasonable. I know. When the reclamation is over, I will study it. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. If he had time, he would cultivate for a period of time. If he didn't, he could only ask the Tong family and the Nan family to send the materials to him. The Yi family has a cultivation manual left by my grandfather. Although it's of the water element, it should be enlightening to you. Yi Qiushui took out a book and handed it to Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong took the book and said with a hint of confusion, You are a bit too attentive. He and Yi Qiushui could only be regarded as a cooperative relationship. How important was the cultivation manual left by Yi Nan? Even some peak star realm cultivators would be tempted by it. How could Yi Qiushui give it to him so easily? Yi Qiushui smiled. We are in the same boat now. It's just a manual. There's nothing to be reluctant about. I only hope that you can take care of the Yi family in the future. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment and nodded. Then I will accept it. Yi Qiushui nodded. Just when he was about to say something, a blue lightning ball flew over, and he quickly retreated to the side. The lightning ball said calmly, Changkong, come over here. Lord Lei. Jiang Changkong followed him to the side and asked curiously, May I know why Lord Lei is looking for me? Yi Nan's cultivation manual is not very helpful to you. You have learned too much and need to study it yourself. Lord Lei said indifferently. Changkong understands. Thank you, Lord Lei. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. He was a little confused. Was Lord Lei taking care of him too much? Hua Qinglan asked me to come mainly to thank you for your help and what you have gained in the Taiyin Fairy Palace. Lord Lei smiled and said, It's just that the help I can give you is not much. Also, the Yi clan is betting their treasure on you. Huh. Jiang Changkong frowned. The Yi family is betting on us? Is it this reclamation team? The mystery of Yi Nan's life and death, Lord Lei said in a low voice. Lightning flashed around and sealed the space. Yi Nan, didn't he die? Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. The Yi family didn't bury Yi Nan, but another peak star realm cultivator. Since then, Yi Nan has never appeared again. Some say he is really dead. Some say he is just hiding. Lord Lei's voice was slightly cold. Yi Nan's matter concerns the Fairy Palace. The Federation is also waiting. Fairy Palace? Jiang Changkong was shocked. The Yi family was actually related to the fairy palace? Was he one of them or a target of the fairy palace? All these years, the Yi family has been secretly looking for traces of Yi Nan. Actually, it's not just him. Something strange has happened to some peak star realms too. Lord Lei said calmly, "It's no secret that you have several planets. Some forces have already intended to use you as bait." Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. "I'm afraid it's not just a few forces. It's all the forces, right? They wanted to use him as bait to catch the big fish, the fairy palace? This wasn't something that just a few forces could do. The Federation would definitely get involved." "It's good that you understand. Yi Qiushui has obviously guessed this too. He wants to find out Yi Nan's whereabouts through you. The fairy palace has already targeted you. They might have had scruples in the beginning, but now several of your planets have appeared." Speaking up to this point, Lord Lei fell silent. Jiang Changkong understood what he meant. "So, the fairy palace will ignore these scruples and attack me." The lightning ball floated up and down slightly, as if it was nodding in agreement. "This time, the Wasteland Reclamation Team has 2 people specially approved to come out from Budokai. They have the shadow of the fairy palace. They want to test your strength and the number of planets you have. Right now, you are still lacking in the development and application of your own planets and star power. I'm still confident that I can take you down. Then let them come. Let's see if we can break their teeth." Jiang Changkong snorted coldly without fear. Chapter 328. Jiang Changkong was already prepared for Lord Lei's words. The Celestial Palace had been watching him for a long time. He wouldn't be surprised if they attacked him now, let alone in the future. However, it was really powerful to test his strength with 2 specially approved Budokai cultivators. Lord Lei said solemnly, "If anything goes wrong, contact Qinglan." Jiang Changkong nodded and returned to his team. Yi Qiushui opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she fell silent after glancing at Lord Lei. Jiang Changkong didn't explain anything to her. He just looked at the battle in the sky. Compared to Jiang Changkong, the rest of the cultivators also came to an end, even though they weren't fast enough. Those late-stage star body realm cultivators used the means to determine the winner. Strange spaces intertwined in the sky. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. They used star arrays and even their own strength to create their own attribute space. Jiang Changkong could do it, but he couldn't do it as exquisitely as them. Although he had easily defeated Sha Hongtao, he had suppressed him with his strength. If they were at the same level and only used one martial art, Jiang Changkong wouldn't be able to defeat them. Those late-stage star body realm cultivators had almost developed their astral power to the limit of their level. With the help of star arrays, they could break through the limit. Each of them had the strength to trap ordinary peak star body realm cultivators. Of course, peak star body realm cultivators definitely had more tricks up their sleeves. Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back. This was like the soul-killing array and the moon-killing array that he had mastered. However, the array was part of it, and the research of astral power was also another part. Jiang Changkong could make up for the gap with the soul-killing array and its high grade. But if he reached the peak, his control of astral power wouldn't be as good as that of a god. He couldn't help but think of Hua, Tianruwei, the guardian, and those god-level experts. Hua, Tianruwei could create the soul-killing array and the method to use the soul, but she didn't specialize in the soul Dao. He then thought of the map of the maze that Liangqiu Xuani had sent him. She had used her soul power to create endless darkness and draw the maze. With such a method, it was unknown how many experts could be annihilated with a single thought. These experiences made Jiang Changkong understand one thing. He still had a lot of shortcomings, and there was still room for improvement. Just like in the past, the combination of martial arts. If he could develop his celestial body, star power, and 3 combat bodies at the same time, he would definitely be stronger. Rumble. A shocking explosion resounded. and the starlight in the sky dissipated. A victor had been decided. Jiang Changkong woke up from his thoughts, his expression calm. Right now, with just his strength alone, he did not need to fear the peak of the star realm. With the addition of the god-killing array, he could still remain invincible. He really felt worried for them. They were already so powerful, yet they could still improve in the same realm. This group of people actually didn't feel ashamed. What a bad review. This shocking explosion was like a signal, and the other martial artists also began to determine the winner and loser. One by one, the martial artists landed. Of the 42 martial artists, only 21 remained. As for Fighter Zero, he would choose one of the defeated fighters and continue fighting. The other martial artists recovered their astral power and waited for the next battle. The stone slabs were handed over, and only 22 would be left for them to choose again. The azure light ball vibrated and said coldly, "Lord Zhang's luck is really enviable. You actually chose the weakest one." "Old fart, do you want to fight?" Sha Hongtao said angrily. That was obviously scolding him. "If you want to humiliate yourself, I'll fulfill your wish after the desolate land reclamation ends," the azure light ball said coldly. "Whether it's luck or strength, you'll know once you experience it yourself." Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." What a sharp-tongued kid. The azure light ball snorted and flew to the side, recovering. "He's Shui Wujiang from the Shui clan, late-stage star realm. His brother is at the peak of the star realm, and he's in seclusion. His astral power is of the water element, and he's at the peak of the star realm. I wonder if it's incomplete." Yi Qiushui introduced in a low voice. Jiang Changkong waved his hand slightly. "You're exaggerating. I don't think he has much ability." Yi Qiushui's face twitched. The other peak star spirits didn't know what to say. They were too timid to speak in this kind of battle. Jiang Changkong continued to watch. Almost all late-stage star realm warriors could merge into the star formation and become one with it. The astral power of the water element could mobilize the water in the opponent's body and weaken the opponent's strength. The sandstorm element could use the sandstorm to reduce the power and infiltrate into the sandstorm. Sha Hongtao had already shown how to blend into the sandstorm. Hiding and reducing power were all good methods. Until the night, the winner of the battle between Warrior Zero and the loser was decided. The winner was the loser. Jiang Zhuqiao's team was led by a late-stage star realm warrior with amazing wind power. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the stone platform appeared again. This time, there were only 22 stone slabs. Lord Lei floated above the stone platform. "Next, we'll choose 12. This battle is a team battle. Thank you, Lord Lei." The warriors cupped their hands. This time there was no zero. Each of them would have an opponent. When the time came, 11 winners would be chosen, and the remaining losers would choose one. The sky had already darkened, but it didn't affect them. They continued to fight. Jiang Changkong took the stone slab. This time it was number 3. Number 3 versus number 9. The device projected again. Jiang Changkong raised his palm and enveloped everyone with astral power. "Let's go." "Jiang Changkong, your luck ends here." The azure ball of light soared into the sky. Behind him were 49 warriors. They were all high-level warriors, the weakest star embryo. How lucky to meet the weakest. Jiang Changkong sneered and stopped in the air with everyone. "Everyone, this battle is won." "What a joke. I'll make you fail. With your strength, you can't even enter the top 10. Shui Wujiang shouted coldly. Azure astral power bloomed and formed an ocean. Everyone set up the formation. Whoosh! Waves surged. One warrior after another flew into the sky, releasing the azure astral power and entering the azure ocean. All of them were water-attributed warriors. Shui Wujiang was in the center, surrounded by a star formation that connected the 49 warriors. "Lord, be careful." Yi Qiushui's expression was solemn. The other peak star spirits had ugly expressions, with a hint of panic. Shui Wujiang was a famous late-stage star-body warrior for many years. Now that he had found 49 high-level warriors of the same attribute, even a peak star-body warrior might be defeated. Jiang Changkong's eyes were calm. This Shui Wujiang was indeed capable. Among his team members, there were 2 mid-stage star bodies and 3 early-stage star bodies. As for the rest of the star body warriors and star embryo warriors, Jiang Changkong had already ignored them. A monstrous ocean swept over, drowning Jiang Changkong's team of 50. The holy sun manifested, enveloping the 49 warriors and protecting them from the erosion of the ocean. Everyone be careful. We can't let anyone die. Lord Zhang's team members are too weak. Shui Wujiang's sarcastic voice was full of pride. Lord Zhang, it's not too late to admit defeat. Don't be like a dead dog and scram back to your territory. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the blazing sun, hands behind his back. Come in. Chapter 329. Rumble. Monstrous waves rolled up, and the blue seawater smelled salty. It was like a real sea. The monstrous waves surged hundreds of feet. The boundless sea was like the wrath of God, and the end of the world was coming. Jiang Changkong stood alone. The sun floated under his feet, protecting his teammates. Facing the boundless sea alone, he seemed extremely small. Water drops suppresses the sky. A leisurely voice sounded, as if it was indifferent and didn't take Jiang Changkong seriously. The void rippled, and the waves became more and more violent. The rumbling sound was endless, and the monstrous tsunami followed. A transparent water drop fell, and the void was distorted and the space was turbulent. Even though the void realm space was strong, it felt overwhelmed at that moment. The water drop continued to expand, from the size of a fingernail to thousands of feet, like a real star. A drop of water could crush the vault of heaven. A drop of water could crush the vault of heaven. Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes, and the monstrous blood qi surged. The power rune star body and the power rune star array spread in all directions. The invisible force gathered and turned into an invisible fist. Rumble. The invisible fist energy fell, and the water drop star array exploded. The sea shook and endless seawater rolled back. The invisible force passed through the seawater and shook the entire sea. Buzz! Lines of the star array intertwined and appeared, and the star power flowed to offset the force. Oh! Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. More than one star array. Above the sea, waves rose again, and a majestic suction came, swallowing Jiang Changkong, and the holy sun cracks appeared on the holy sun under his feet, and it seemed like it was about to break. Unbeknownst to him, the star formation's vein patterns had wrapped around the sacred sun like chains. Jiang Changkong, your cultivation is still far from enough. This is the end. With a cold shout, the monstrous seawater rushed up and condensed into a blue giant of 100 feet. The punch fell, and the boundless star power spread, and the cracks on the holy sun increased again. 3-foot golden body. Jiang Changkong's body soared and turned into a 3-foot golden body. The invisible fist energy fell and spread out. Crack! The lines wrapped around the holy sun broke, and the holy sun instantly recovered. Rumble! The giant trembled, but he did not take a single step back. He merely paused for a moment before his fist descended once more. Jiang Changkong punched out, and the 8 energy patterns held in unison. Boom! The fist came into contact with the blue giant, but it directly passed through. The blue fist was like the mouth of a beast, directly swallowing the giant. Lord! The expressions of Yi Qiushui and the others changed drastically. They didn't expect this kind of result. Countless star patterns appeared on the blue giant's body and started to move rapidly like chains. Walala! The star array was activated. Countless drops of seawater swept towards Jiang Changkong. Each drop of seawater contained immense star power. Jiang Changkong, you've lost. Now that you've entered this formation, don't even think about leaving in one piece. Shui Wujiang's voice came out from the mouth of the blue giant, filled with coldness. The combination of the star arrays and the convergence of the star power of 50 people is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Changkong's blood and energy surged, evaporating the seawater close to him. He has turned himself into a part of the star array and is used as a material to strengthen it? He opened his eyes and scanned the places where the star arrays intersected. A few star arrays fused together to form a more powerful killing array, which then burst out with the power to kill those at a higher level. The star power of different people perfectly complemented each other using the star arrays. Is it because they have the same origin? Jiang Changkong muttered with a hint of curiosity. The star power intertwined with each other, but it wasn't relative. Instead, it was fusing with each other. Due to the relationship of the same attribute, the star arrays exploded with power that multiplied. So what if you've seen through it? It won't change the fact that you've lost. Shui Wujiang sneered. Invincible? Winning without doing anything? You're the biggest joke. It's a pity. If you could come up with star arrays of different attributes, I would have watched for a while longer. Jiang Changkong sighed and clenched his right fist. Let's end it here. Boundless power shook the energy patterns. Jiang Changkong gathered all his strength and combined it with the star arrays. Struggling before death, a sneer sounded. However, before he could finish his words, the star arrays collapsed and the patterns broke. Rumble, a terrifying power, swept out in all directions. The blue giant shattered with a loud bang. Wherever the fist energy spread, the seawater disappeared and the patterns of the star arrays disappeared. Bang! Pucci! Many figures and mouthfuls of blood splattered in the air. The sea disappeared and the sacred sun was freed. It flew to Jiang Changkong's side. Looking at the 50 people tumbling about, Jiang Changkong had a look of admiration on his face. You are indeed quite capable. You nearly made me bring out my true abilities. You gift. Shui Wujiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a little bit more, and you're going to show your true abilities? In other words, after fighting for so long, you were just playing with me? The other 49 people were enraged. Their star power surged around them. Jiang Changkong, don't be so arrogant. That attack just now must have consumed a lot of your energy. Shui Wujiang roared, and the ocean appeared behind him again. Where am I? Who am I? Is this the celestial realm? Shui Wujiang's ferocious expression disappeared and was replaced by confusion. Who am I? Where am I? His dumbfounded question made his teammates dumbfounded as well. What's the meaning of you going around in circles and indulging in your own narcissism? A strange flower appeared in Jiang Changkong's palm. The fragrance of the flower was intoxicating. Admit defeat more decisively. At least you have some face. Pa! A loud slap could be heard. Shui Wujiang was slapped down from the sky. His teeth, mixed with blood, fell from the sky. Rumble! He fell into the ocean, stirring up waves. Jiang Changkong, I want you dead. Following that, Shui Wujiang charged upwards violently. Pa! Boom! Halfway through, he was slapped back down again. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. The flower in his hand became more beautiful. I can kill you 1,000 times before you can form another array. The other 49 people were shocked. They quickly retracted their star power and stood to the side. Jiang Changkong could definitely kill them 1,000 times. Shui Wujiang charged up again and again, but he was slapped down again and again. This attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. A late-stage, heavenly body cultivator was slapped consecutively. If this news spread, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Okay, Jiang Changkong wins. Lord Lei announced. If this continued, Shui Wujiang wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. TSK, how could someone lose so miserably so quickly? Sha Hongtao added insult to injury. He was in no rush to leave. He wanted to see the final result of the desolate land reclamation battle. Shui Wujiang had mocked him earlier. Now that he had the chance, he would definitely beat him up. The flower in Jiang Changkong's hand disappeared. After all, he couldn't kill anyone. These slaps had already heavily injured Shui Wujiang's heart and body. The ocean rippled. Shui Wujiang didn't charge out again. Perhaps he was too ashamed to do so. Jiang Changkong returned the slate to Lord Lei and descended with his people. Lord Lei said calmly, Shui Wujiang, come out and return my slate. It belongs to the Union. Everyone, we feel that you're killing him, but we have no proof. Shui Wujiang doesn't have the face to come out. You're not even letting him rest? Chapter 330. Shui Wujiang did not stay in the sea for long and came out in the end. Jiang Changkong did not mock him anymore, as there was no need to do so. He was just a loser. The other warriors did not mock him either, as most of them could not afford to offend him. The few who could were still fighting. Sha Hongtao did not go overboard and went to Jiang Changkong's side and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Brother Changkong, you vented my anger. It's a competition I want to win. It's just that he's a little annoying. Jiang Changkong smiled. I still want to lead my teammates to win. Sha Hongtao nodded. Shui Wujiang's strength can be said to be one of the strongest in the outer islands. You'll definitely be one of the 10 spots. Then I'll be counting on Senior's blessings. Jiang Changkong smiled. Don't call me Senior. Calling me big, bro, means that you're looking up to me. Sha Hongtao patted his chest and said, however, don't be careless. The remaining old guys are not to be trifled with. Don't worry, big bro. I'll be careful. Jiang Changkong smiled. He had seen the lineup of the outer islands. There were 3 that were similar to Shui Wujiang's team, and 1 that was slightly stronger. These teams were basically all of the same attribute. There was only one exception. Jiang Juqiao's team was a mix of fire, wind, fire, and sand attributes. Compared to those unified teams, they were like a motley crew. Lord Lei's voice rang out. The outcome of this battle will not be determined in a short period of time. After the competition, you can go and rest first. Lord Jiang, why don't you come to my territory? Sha Hongtao smiled. It's nearby. Sure. Jiang Changkong did not refuse, and left with Sha Hongtao with his team. Sha Hongtao's territory was built better than his own. It could not be helped. Sha Hongtao had been operating in the Void Realm for many years, and had a Star Peak master at home. Yi Qiushui brought his team and strolled around. Jiang Changkong and Sha Hongtao walked around the territory together. Apart from buildings, there were also exotic flowers and fruits planted in some places. Sha Hongtao plucked a red fruit and threw it to him. It's sweet and juicy. Try it. Jiang Changkong took a bite. It was indeed sweet and contained astral power, but it was useless to him. It should have some effect on stars. Brother, your territory is truly resource-rich, Jiang Changkong praised. Sha Hongtao shook his head. This is nothing. If you go to the place of the top martial artists, you will think that you are in a fairyland. Brother, have you seen a top-level martial artist before? Jiang Changkong asked. I've never seen a top martial artist before. I've only gone to see the world and stayed with a top martial artist for a period of time. Sha Hongtao explained, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you there. Thank you, brother. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. Sha Hongtao brought him into the garden and sat down in the pavilion. Someone brought them tea. After this battle, the outer islands should have acknowledged your strength. However, after humiliating Shui Wujiang with his personality, I'm afraid he won't let you off. If I can defeat him, I can kill him. I have a lot of enemies. Jiang Changkong didn't mind. He had a lot of enemies, so he didn't care about Shui Wujiang. Even his brother, Jiang Changkong, who was at the peak of the star level, didn't care. "What do you think about today's battle?" Sha Hongtao suddenly asked. "Through the star array, the combination of astral power is extraordinary," Jiang Changkong said. Sha Hongtao nodded. "Astral body martial artists use their own star array to form a special constitution. Astral body martial artists go one step further and nurture their own stars, treating themselves as a star to cultivate." Jiang Changkong listened quietly. Sha Hongtao was intentionally telling him his insights. This could be considered as pointers. Although he was stronger, Sha Hongtao's usage of astral power was far above his. According to the records of the star array, the stars are filled with all kinds of energies, such as the 5 elements, yin and yang. As for us astral body martial artists, we usually only have one attribute, and the astral power we cultivate is the energy in the stars. Sha Hongtao explained slowly. The star array of the stars was the route of the energy. Through cultivation and the star array, the star could be strengthened. In the stars, the various kinds of energy could sometimes be terrifying and even threaten high-level martial artists. In the face of a destructive heavenly disaster, even a star warrior might not be able to withstand it. Some natural disasters are triggered by the star array and the use of astral power. A yellow sand star appeared in Sha Hongtao's hand, which contained all kinds of sandstorms and quicksand. Observing the changes of nature and comprehending the world, Jiang Changkong said calmly. In some stories he had read in his previous life, many overlords who reached a certain level could comprehend the world for thousands of years at a time. Sha Hongtao nodded. "That's right. Your cultivation speed is too fast, and your foundation is strong. No one at the same level can compare with you. But because the time is too short, you don't have time to develop your foundation." Jiang Changkong was strong, but he didn't have many methods for each of his martial arts. Compared to others who had all kinds of moves and secret techniques, he was indeed a little weaker. It wasn't the quality of his martial arts, but the gap in application. Now, he was like a huge treasure that hadn't been developed yet, and the quality of the treasure itself was no weaker than anyone else's. "Brother, you flatter me. Maybe someone has a stronger foundation than I do," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "So there are times when you are humble." Sha Hongtao laughed and said, "My brother once saw a genius who far surpassed the heavenly talents cultivated by the major forces." Far surpassed the heavenly talents. It's not surprising. Jiang Changkong said lightly, the heavenly talents of the major forces only carried part of the route of the star array in advance. I'm talking about the heavenly talents who have grown up. Sha Hongtao's face darkened. The heavenly talents at the peak of the star array can't be compared to those at the mid-rank. At that time, that person only used one sword move. Do you know how strong he is? Don't tell me he's in the early star array. Jiang Changkong's face darkened. Even he couldn't defeat a heavenly talent at the peak of the star array with one move when he was in the early star array. Even now, he wasn't sure. After all, a heavenly talent who had grown to the peak of the star array had too many trump cards. Of course not. He's in the late star array. That's why I said no one in the same level can compare to you. Sha Hongtao's eyes were immersed in memories. You have a strong foundation and terrifying strength. He has skills and the development of star body and star power. Who is he? He should be famous all over the world with such talent. Jiang Changkong said curiously. I don't know him. He only came out once. It was like a flash in the pan. Sha Hongtao sighed. I've searched everywhere in the Federation, but there's no news of him. A talent secretly cultivated by the Federation? A disciple of a top martial artist? Jiang Changkong asked. I'm not sure. My second brother has looked for him, but he doesn't look like an earthling, Sha Hongtao said in a low voice. Jiang Changkong's eyes widened. If he wasn't an earthling, could he be an alien? Or some old monster that had been reborn? All right, don't make wild guesses. I'm just saying, I don't even know that person's name. Sha Hongtao waved his hand. What you need to do now is pray that you meet someone you know tomorrow. Jiang Jiuqiao. Chapter 331. Why? To pray to meet Jiang Jiuqiao? Jiang Changkong was puzzled. The wind borrows the power of the fire, and the fire strengthens the wind. The wind and sand are one, and the wind and water are in harmony. The four complement each other. Sha Hongtao smiled. Just like the 5 elements. Didn't you look at the riverless water star array for a long time to see the coordination of different astral powers? Jiang Changkong admitted that he had been seen through. That's right. When I was still on Earth, my teacher taught me that martial arts must be coordinated. That's right. Now it's astral powers. The star array must be coordinated and utilized. The sand ball in Sha Hongtao's hand spun and turned into yellow sand. In order to comprehend the path of sand, I turned into yellow sand for 10 years before I reached the late stage of the star realm. Jiang Changkong was speechless. That's tough. I've been sand for 10 years. But if that's the case, won't I have to be the sun for 10 years and the moon for another 10 years? And the clouds, the tyrant blade, the sun can shine on all things, nourish them, but it can also destroy them. It's similar to Lord Lei's lightning. It's the power of destruction and vitality. Sha Hongtao explained, the sun shines through the stars in the sky. Doesn't the void realm have a sun too? Jiang Changkong was deep in thought. Is this speed or what? I don't know. You have to ask the Nan family or the professors. They can answer you. Sha Hongtao took a sip of tea. All I can do is give you a direction. Of course, don't learn from me. You can be the sun. During those 10 years, I almost treated myself as a fool. You can only do this on your own. Your white cloud martial art doesn't seem to have any experience. When Jiang Changkong heard this, he muttered in his heart, should I not have killed Yun Bugui? He did not regret it. It had been more than 10 years, but Yun Bugui had not been able to develop advanced techniques. He could not keep up with Yi Lingxin's progress. All right, that's all. I'll give you a secret chamber and a secret technique that can merge with heaven and earth. Ordinary stars can't do that. Study it and come out when the battle begins. Thank you. Jiang Changkong followed him into the secret chamber to enter seclusion. He took out Yi Nan's cultivation notes and flipped through them. Yi Nan was a water elemental cultivator, which was not compatible with his element. However, he could use it as a reference. Yi Nan's mastery of water had reached the pinnacle. He had even memorized all the insights he had. It was a thick book from the very beginning all the way to the pinnacle of the star realm. Every cultivation level was recorded. At the very beginning of the primary principles, water could nourish all living things and give them life. It could also destroy all living things. Jiang Changkong fell silent. He felt that these attributes were all the same. They were both life and destruction. The so-called cultivation, the development of power, was to cultivate both sides and bring out their full potential. Just like how he used the soul, left by Hua Tianrui, the soul had a unique fluctuation, which confused the enemy and formed a martial technique. Astral power also had its own circulation path, which was the law of nature. The nature of the energy in different stars was the same, but because of the different operation, it caused different situations. And this was martial skills and star formation. Imprinting star runes and linking up with the star formation was the same as stealing the circulation path of natural power. Then, by changing the circulation path, weakening, strengthening, and erupting different powers, until the human body could bear it. If the human body could bear the imprint, it would be able to step into the star path realm. Understanding the circulation path of these powers and finding the one that was suitable for oneself would be able to make a drop of water penetrate a stone and a drop of water collapse the sky. If Jiang Changkong could understand it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to turn a bit of sunlight into a real sacred Sunday. In the end, it's all about martial skills. The way to use it is to be proficient in the principles and form a martial skill. Jiang Changkong continued to read the data. The sacred sun floated above his head, comprehending the power of the sacred sun. However, he was very clear about his understanding of the sacred sun. If he wanted to comprehend it, he really had to comprehend the sun. Thinking of this, he walked out of the secret room and sat cross-legged on the top of the mobile building. He used the sacred sun method to absorb the power of the sun. He didn't refine it, but let the power of the sun exist in his body. What was the difference between comprehending the power of the sun and himself? The power of the sun broke down into many golden spots of light. These spots of light condensed into a line. Jiang Changkong felt that it was necessary for him to study the difference between the power of the sun and his own. Looking at the spots of sunlight, Jiang Changkong's expression became slightly serious. When the sunlight was separated, it was a single entity. It could be understood as a single small sun condensing into a ray of light. Looking at it that way, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. In that case, Jiang Changkong changed his method. He sent a message to the Nan family and asked them to send him their comprehension of the cultivation of the sun. Soon, the cultivation comprehension of the Nan family was only at the star level. There was no top-level cultivation. Jiang Changkong didn't care. What he needed was a star-level cultivation. The Nan family sent all kinds of cultivation comprehension of the use of the sun star power, the sun star formation, and many peak star level cultivation methods. Jiang Changkong flipped through the cultivation notes of Yi Nan. He had already put away Yi Nan's cultivation notes. The sun shone on everything. The golden crow burned the sky and boiled the sea, and the Chinese parasol tree stood in the sky. The light shone through all the darkness and formed the golden crow star formation. The Chinese parasol tree supported the sea of fire. All kinds of comprehension and star formations appeared in his mind. There were no secrets. They were all analyzed clearly. All kinds of comprehension surged in Jiang Changkong's heart. A spot of sunlight tore through the darkness and illuminated the stars. Jiang Changkong, who was sitting cross-legged, activated the star formation of the Holy Sun, celestial body, and circulated the star power. It was like a big sun, illuminating a radius of 100 miles and still spreading out. Fortunately, Jiang Changkong restrained his strength. Otherwise, the base might have melted. Jiang Changkong, who was sitting cross-legged, was also fading. The Holy Sun seemed to be disintegrating, merging with the void bit by bit and merging with the sunlight between heaven and earth. Jiang Changkong's body was also disintegrating, turning into spots of light and merging with heaven and earth. In just a short day, Jiang Changkong had used the secret method given by Sha Hongtao to completely disappear, and the world returned to normal. Where's the Lord? Yi Qiushui and the others were a little confused. The Lord disappeared? He has already turned into light and started to comprehend, Sha Hongtao said indifferently. If that's the case, how can we contact him? The wasteland reclamation war still needs to continue. Yi Qiushui frowned. At this time, Jiang Changkong suddenly comprehended the star power of the sun, which made them very flustered. Especially Yi Qiushui, who had a peak star body in his family. He deeply knew that these experts were very likely to forget time when they were comprehending. Maybe when they opened their eyes, 10 or 20 years would have passed, and the daylilies would have turned cold. Don't worry, even if he doesn't come out, I will still wake him up, Sha Hongtao said indifferently. Although this would interrupt the comprehension, this was just the beginning. He didn't think that Jiang Changkong could comprehend anything. Jiang Changkong felt that he had turned into light. He was a ray of sunlight. He was everywhere, going wherever he wanted to go, following the trajectory of the sun, drifting with the flow. Of course, he could control himself and didn't go far away. Still in Sha Hongtao's territory, he saw a grain of yellow sand, just like him, flowing in the territory, but one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. Both of them discovered each other, and just as soon as they met, they didn't interfere with each other. each comprehending their own. Jiang Changkong knew who that person was. He was Sha Hongtao's second brother, a peak star body expert who was pursuing the top level of martial arts. Chapter 332. Sensing the trajectory of the sunlight, Jiang Changkong's figure also changed. Sometimes it turned into a ray of sunlight, sometimes it turned into a golden crow, and then it turned into a parasol tree. Faint golden light kept appearing in Sha Hongtao's territory. Many martial artists saw an illusory golden crow and a parasol tree, but they couldn't touch them. It was like real light condensed and not real. The trajectory of the sunlight was the natural route of the star array, but only those who reached the star level could dissect it. By changing the route of the star array, one's speed and power would be improved. Jiang Changkong mobilized the sacred sun-star power in his body and the sun-star array to change his body. The golden crow star array could condense into a golden crow, and the parasol tree star array could transform into a parasol tree. As he comprehended, his understanding of the sun-star power became deeper. If he fought with Sha Hongtao again, his sacred sun power would definitely be able to break the yellow sand space. As for Shui Wujiang, the sacred sun power could also break it, but it would be slightly weaker than the power of the power pattern, so it would probably take a few more moves. After the wasteland reclamation, he could comprehend the moon star power and combine it with the sun to truly display the power of the sun and moon. While Jiang Changkong was comprehending, Yi Qiu Shui and the others stayed in Sha Hongtao's territory. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The battle was over before Jiang Changkong came out. After fighting for such a long time, the exploration teams were all tired and basically all injured. Lord Lei gave them 3 days to rest, and they would fight again in 3 days. In the remaining 3 days, Jiang Changkong was still comprehending. On the last night, Lord Lei personally came and called him out. A ray of sunlight shone through the night and condensed into a figure on the ground. It seems that your strength has increased a lot these days. Lord Lei was still in the form of a light ball. It can be considered a small gain, but it's not very helpful to my strength. Jiang Changkong said calmly, the 2 suns in his eyes fluctuating, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Right now, he had only researched a martial art and was still in the comprehension stage. As for his overall strength, there was some increase, but the increase was not very big. When he researched the extreme yin and extreme yang and combined the various attributes, it would be considered an earth-shattering improvement. Lord Lei smiled and said, at our level, being able to advance even a little bit is also a great improvement. Yet, you are not content. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. His rate of improvement had always been very fast. As for them, they had never experienced a situation where it was difficult for them to improve even a little in a few years, or even more than a decade. All right, let me talk business with you. This time, you must become the leader. Lord Lei said in a deep voice, don't underestimate your opponent. Bring out as much strength as you have. Leader? Leading the outer seas islands to fight against the other 2 regions? Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. The top 10 of the wasteland reclamation team would be chosen. The first place would be the strongest and also the leader. The leader had the right to choose the wasteland first. Yes, only then can you choose the best wasteland. Out of the 20 wastelands on the offshore island, number 6 and number 78 are the most resourceful. Remember them clearly, Lord Lei said in a low voice. Thank you, Lord Lei. Jiang Changkong performed a cupped fist salute. Under normal circumstances, aside from the alliance, no one knew which wasteland was the best. In the past, the various factions would bribe the host to ask for the best wasteland. This time, Lord Lei told him directly. Lord Lei grunted in acknowledgement, and a bolt of lightning entered Jiang Changkong's forehead. If you can fight for the first place, someone will inform you how to choose. After saying that, Lord Lei flew into the air and left. A lot of information appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. A cultivation technique. the one that Ho Qinglan obtained from the lunar immortal palace, a near-divine cultivation technique. It was of the lightning attribute. No wonder this Lord Lei paid so much attention to him and specially told him about this. Jiang Chongkong touched his forehead. He really didn't have a lightning attribute martial artist. Cultivated himself? Forget it. He had not fully grasped his 8 martial arts, and leveling up was too slow. He returned to his room to rest. The night passed. Early the next morning, Jiang Chongkong led his people to the competition grounds. The teams of the various clans had all arrived, and one of the losers had also been decided. 12 stone slabs, 12 teams. This time it was still random. Basically, every team would have to fight once. Jiang Chongkong glanced around. Shui Wujiang was still there. His team strength was extraordinary, so it was not surprising that they could climb out of the losers. Jiang Chongkong, this time, I will definitely pay you back double, Shui Wujiang said fiercely. In the past few days, the scene of him being slapped by Jiang Chongkong kept appearing in his mind, and he wished he could find Jiang Chongkong on the spot to take revenge. You will only lose more miserably, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, not caring at all. The 12 late-stage star bodies rushed onto the stone platform again and chose a stone slab. This time, Jiang Chongkong was number 3, and his opponent was a wind element team. The group flew into the air, and Jiang Chongkong still used the power of the sacred sun to protect Yi Qiushui and the others. Lord Jiang, please. The late-stage star body cultivator cupped his hands in greeting and activated the star array, forming a cyan space. The other cultivators also bowed. They had already acknowledged Jiang Chongkong's strength. This was what Ho Qinglan had said. If you showed your strength and achievements, no one would look down on you, and they would only respect you. Jiang Chongkong raised his palm, and the surrounding sunlight seemed to be drawn out, gathering towards him. The sacred sun hung high in the sky, releasing endless sunlight, forming a sun space. A huge fireball burned fiercely, and the endless star array was hidden in this space. Lord Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have improved rapidly. The cyan space trembled, directly rushing towards the blazing sun space. Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly. A slight improvement is nothing. Sorry for the offense. A cold shout resounded, and the cyan space arrived, filling the sun space with endless azure light. Sacred Sunday, Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, and the sun space suddenly released a terrifying heat wave, blossoming with thousands of golden lights. Fierce wind swept, and endless wind blades swept, but they could not blow away the blazing sun, and instead made the temperature even more terrifying. Rumble. Boundless astral energy clashed, and a boundless force shook the two spaces. A huge azure wind blade tore through the sky and the ground, looking like it wanted to tear this space apart. Golden Crow. Jiang Chongkong's eyes flickered with golden light, and a 3-legged golden crow appeared above his head. Screech! With a cry, the horrifying flames of the sun swept out. The 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew high, absorbing the boundless sunlight, clashing head-on with the azure wind blade. Rumble. Everywhere the golden crow passed, it burned the sky and boiled the sea. The wind blade collapsed, and a blazing fire actually ignited in the cyan space. The blue space began to tremble, and cracks began to appear. Setting sun. Jiang Chongkong used his palm as a saber, and the entire space turned scarlet. The golden crow that flew out also turned scarlet. The setting sun was past its dusk, and a poignant beauty appeared. Crack! The star array's lines shattered, and cracks appeared in the cyan space, gradually becoming unstable. Kill! A furious roar came from the cyan space, and boundless wind blades swept out, clashing head-on with the saber light. A figure came out of the space, heading straight for the sacred sun in the sky. Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold, full of indifference. "You've gone too far." A late-stage star body actually took the initiative to launch a sneak attack on his peak star soul teammate, wanting to win. Chapter 333. The saber of the setting sun fell, shattering the azure space. One by one, the martial artists tumbled out, falling from the sky into the sea. Jiang Changkong raised his palm. Sacred suns appeared in the sun's space, blocking the late-stage, starry body, cultivator. Although he felt that this person's actions were shameless, he would not lose his mind. Since he had brought his teammates here, he had to protect them. This was a weakness that he had prepared for himself. Without any hope of victory, the other party could only take a gamble. Rumble! The sacred suns fell, and the late-stage starry body cultivator was directly drowned by them. Puff! With a bang, his body exploded and azure blood splattered. The late-stage starry body cultivator quickly recovered and fell to the bottom of the sea. The waves soared into the sky. Jiang Changkong brought his teammates back down and handed the slate to Lord Lei. "Not bad," Lord Lei praised and did not say anything else. "Thank you, Lord Jiang, for showing mercy." The late-stage starry body cultivator came out of the sea with his teammates and smiled bitterly. Just now, Jiang Changkong had been seriously injured. If he did not use medicine, he would not recover in half a month. "I was too anxious and used too much force. I hope you don't mind." Jiang Changkong returned the salute. "Lord Jiang is too polite." The late-stage starry body cultivator sighed and brought his teammates to recover. "Lord, with your strength, we will definitely be in the top 10. "Yi Qiu Shui," and the others said excitedly. "Yes, Lord Jiang is strong. I guess he will take more than 2 pieces of land." The peak-level astral spirit cultivator was also excited. Even if they got a piece of astral crystal, it would be a free benefit. Without doing anything, Jiang Changkong led the way. "Don't worry," I said, "I will help you win without doing anything, and I will." Jiang Changkong smiled. "Prepare the people to work for me, and leave the rest to me." The other martial artists continued to fight. Jiang Changkong also paid attention to their battle. Because of the information provided by the Nan family, his sacred sun power had increased a lot this time. But compared to these late-stage starry body cultivators, it should be a little worse. Moreover, he was very interested in other types of star power. Maybe they could give him some inspiration. In particular, Jiang Zhuqiao's team had wind, sand, water, and fire elements. What surprised him even more was that the 4 types of star power complemented each other and enhanced each of their teammates. Wind, water, fire, and sand formed a special space. The 4 types of star power were unpredictable, and they were even stronger than the same type of star power. As time passed, Jiang Changkong immersed himself in the 4 forces of wind, fire, water, and sand. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that the god-governing art would disturb the battlefield, he would have used it to check it out. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the battle ended. Jiang Zhuqiao's team had defeated their opponents. Not long after, the other teams also began to determine the winners and losers. The martial artists began to recover. The moonlight shone down from the sky. It was already late at night. Yi Qiu Shui stood beside him and handed him a cup of tea. "Lord, have a cup of tea." Jiang Changkong took it. The tea was boiling hot, but it was nothing to him. Yi Qiu Shui raised her hand and passed it through the moonlight. "Lord, I heard that you have a close friend called Jiang Changyue?" "Yes. Why are you asking about him?" Jiang Changkong swallowed the tea and asked puzzledly. "Qiu Shui is very curious about what kind of person Jiang Changyue is. He rarely appears, like a mystery." Yi Qiu Shui said softly, "Also, in this world, only Lord can find him." Jiang Changkong smiled. "He is the one who found me, not me." Yi Qiu Shui nodded and said thoughtfully, "I heard that the moon sword in Jiang Changyue's hand has a very sharp tip. Even high-level martial artists can't resist it." You have too many questions. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Yi Qiushui was silent for a moment, then took out a palm-sized metal box. Lord, I think Jiang Changyue will be interested in this. Jiang Changkong took the metal box and opened it. His expression immediately changed. Moon sword fragment. Dense moon-cold qi spread out, and Jiang Changkong quickly closed the metal box. Where did you get it? Jiang Changkong's expression became serious. Grandfather, Yi Nen left it. Yi Qiushui shook her head. I don't know where it came from. Jiang Changkong held the metal box and fell into deep thought. Yi Qiushui really wants me to investigate Yi Nan? First, Yi Nan's cultivation notes, and now the moon sword fragment. He is leading me, including Jiang Changyue, to the path of Yi Nan step by step. Qiushui has no use for this, so I gave it to Jiang Changyue. Yi Qiushui smiled. Jiang Changkong took the metal box and pretended not to know. Okay, I thank you on his behalf. When we get the wasteland and develop it, I will give you another piece. Lord, don't mention it. It's settled. Okay, I used up a lot of energy just now. I need to recover. Then, Jiang Changkong sat down with his legs crossed and started to recover his astral power. Yi Qiushui, you bastard, I didn't say that you want another piece of land. Seeing Jiang Changkong starting to recover, Yi Qiushui was a little confused, but she didn't dare to disturb him, so she left. Jiang Changkong murmured to himself, who knows what happened to Yi Nan, although it was related to the Divine Palace, and the Divine Palace had their eyes on him. He couldn't guarantee that they could find out the truth. I should pretend not to know anything first. If I can find out, I will tell her. If not, I will forget it. I don't know how many pieces of the moon sword fragment are broken. I have only found 3 fragments so far. Judging from the gap in the fragment just now, it was not directly connected to the 2 fragments he had obtained. Unfortunately, Yi Qiushui didn't know where the fragment came from, so she couldn't find out. The next morning, after the martial artists recovered with the help of the medicine, the battle started again. This time, Jiang Changkong was facing a team of the same element. Their strength was comparable to Shui Wujiang's team. Jiang Changkong first used them to train the power of the sacred sun. Then he used his runic star body to destroy it. The runic star body, the runic star array, and the golden body were enough to destroy them. After dealing with his opponent, Jiang Changkong didn't give Yi Qiushui a chance to speak. He directly merged into the sunlight and disappeared. He liked the sunlight state very much. Studying the trajectory of the sunlight could increase his strength, although there were no changes in his essence, qi, and spirit. The wasteland reclamation battle continued, almost 1 battle a day. Finally, on the 8th day, Jiang Changkong met Jiang Zhuqiao's team. There was a late-stage star body cultivator with the wind element, 2 mid-stage star body cultivators with the sand element, 3 early-stage star body cultivators with the fire element, and 4 early-stage star body cultivators with the water element. Together with the other high-level martial artists, they could be considered one of the strongest teams. They had only lost twice, probably because they didn't cooperate well at the beginning, and the second time was when they lost to Shui Wujiang. As the 2 sides faced each other in the air, Jiang Zhuqiao's expression was a little awkward. Changkong, we are all working hard for our territory now. I won't hold back. Yeah, I won't either, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Let me see your cooperation. Lord Jiang, your strength is worth us using our full strength, the late-stage star body cultivator said in a deep voice. That's for the best, Jiang Changkong said calmly. He was afraid that these people wouldn't last long, and he wouldn't even have the chance to see. Chapter 334. The 4 colors wind, water, fire, and sand intertwined. 50 stars appeared and rotated, releasing star power. The giant star in the middle said, Lord Jiang, you can enter the array. Your teammates don't need to come. We can win if we can defeat you. Jiang Juqiao's voice came from the fiery red star. We haven't gotten this array for long, so we're not very familiar with it. We don't want to affect them. Then I'll take advantage of you. Jiang Changkong waved his hand, and the sacred sunball took Yi Qiushui and the others away. We're not taking advantage of you. We're taking advantage of you to enter the array, the 50 stars said in unison. It seems that you need to enter the array to experience its greatest power. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he took a step into the 50 stars. The star power was still the power of the sacred sun. It was like a sun floating in the middle of the 50 stars, radiating the power of the sacred sun. Open the array! With a cold shout, the 50 stars burst out starlight at the same time. The 4 types of star power intertwined and complemented each other, doubling the power. There was fire in the wind in the fire seed, sand in the wind, and water in the sand. With a thought, Jiang Changkong manifested the Tai Chi diagram. Rumble! The boundless star power fell, and the Tai Chi diagram shook, showing traces of cracks. The mighty star power poured to the side. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. This star array was far stronger than he had imagined. The 50 stars rotated, and the 4 types of star power became more and more powerful. There were more and more cracks on the Tai Chi diagram. Jiang Changkong put away the Tai Chi diagram, and his body became transparent, turning into the soul-governing art. Soul power, everyone be careful. A deep shout came from the giant star. The soul-governing art star power fluctuated and swept across the 50 stars. Lines of the star array appeared, blocking the soul power and protecting them. Jiang Changkong sensed the star array and gradually understood. The 4 types of stars cooperated with each other and formed a huge star array that balanced the 4 types of energy. It wasn't a true fusion. This balance was like his Tai Chi yin-yang art. However, these people relied on the star array to achieve a state where there was a connection between them. The 4 types of energy complemented each other. A true fusion would transform into a new power and merge into one. Interesting. To be able to do this with 4 types of power is exactly what I need. Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes, allowing the torrential astral energy to engulf him as he manifested his 3-meter-tall golden body. Half of his body became transparent, and he continued to sense with the soul-governing art. However, the soul-governing art couldn't break through the defense of the star array. I have to give you some pressure if you want to see the key. Jiang Changkong punched out, and the Taiji diagram appeared. He used the divine governing art to execute the universe shift. He did not directly use his soul force to attack. What he wanted was the crux of the array not to break it. If they could, and the star array and an energy and the star arrays and the star, and the star and in wood and could, and in all and had and could and power, star power and start and two. The fist landed, shattering the star power and shaking the stars. A huge pressure swept over, and the 4 types of star power were pushed back, and the 50 stars shook violently. This Jiang Changkong is so strong. Below, a group of martial artists watched this scene with grave expressions. He didn't show his true strength before. At least, he didn't take out his 3-star bodies. Sha Hongtao chuckled, not forgetting to glance at Shui Wujiang, who was still fighting. Many of the defeated teams didn't leave. Instead, they watched the battle. Apart from Jiang Changkong, the other teams on the island had similar attributes. Watching such a battle would be very helpful to them. Lord Lei was also paying attention to the battle above. He was also surprised by Jiang Changkong's strength. Although he knew that Jiang Changkong was strong, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. He had asked Jiang Changkong to use his full strength, but he didn't need to use it to deal with these guys. Shui Wujiang's face was very gloomy, but he still had to fight. He only took a glance and didn't pay attention. I finally see the 3-star bodies. Quick, take a picture and post it on the Weibo. A peak astral spirit martial artist took out his phone and took a picture. I'll record a video. The leader of the 3-star bodies is winning with a girl. Jiang Changkong's teammates were very free. They didn't participate in the battle at all, doing what they were supposed to do. And in the battle, as Jiang Changkong kept increasing the pressure, the power of the 50 stars was also getting stronger. What Jiang Changkong needed was also gradually revealed. This guy is so strong. We can't win at all. One of the cultivators sadly discovered that even if they risked their lives, they still couldn't move Jiang Changkong, who was sitting cross-legged. Once the 3-star bodies were released, it was simply bullying. Just try your best, Hai Hongjin said. How about we stop fighting? Just admit defeat. We will definitely get a spot anyway, a martial artist said. Let's continue. Since he wants to comprehend it, let's fulfill his wish. Let's see if he can comprehend it. The huge stars open their mouths and release starlight again. Okay, a late-stage astral body said. Many martial artists once again activated their star power, facing the full power of the 50 stars. Jiang Changkong looked a little happy. As they erupted, the star array was finally completely revealed, and the secret of the soul-raining art was revealed. I see. Using the huge star array to contain and balance. Even if the power of fire is weak, it will be fine. Jiang Changkong finally understood that this was refining the star power and star array to contain and balance. And with the help of different elements and different star arrays, his strength was increased. Having figured this out, Jiang Changkong stood up and cupped his hands. Thank you, everyone. I will use this move to return the favor. I won't hurt you. Please, the 50 stars said at the same time. Tai Chi returned to 1. Jiang Changkong flipped his palm and a vast Tai Chi diagram appeared and then spread. The Tai Chi diagram was black and white. No other power could be seen, but the power it contained was very terrifying. The invisible fist energy and the invisible soul raining art were 2 kinds of invisible power that complemented each other. Together with the power of Tai Chi, the star power merged with the Tai Chi diagram, adding 4 more colors to the diagram. The Tai Chi diagram no longer diverted the power, but contained the opponent's power and the power that could be diverted. Rumble. As the Tai Chi diagram fell, different kinds of star power spread. The 50 stars shook and the star array collapsed. Many figures appeared. The 50 people were unharmed, but they had consumed a lot of energy in the fight just now. Lord Jiang, we admire your strength. The 50 martial artists cupped their hands at the same time. Thank you for your help. Jiang Changkong returned the salute. This move was definitely his strongest move. Even the incomplete God-killing array couldn't compare to it. Moreover, he could also add different kinds of star power in the future. If he could continue to comprehend it and integrate some martial techniques and star arrays into it, its power would be unimaginable. Okay, the winner has been decided. Let's have tea when we have time. The late-stage astral body cultivator cupped his hands and flew down. Jiang Jiuqiao looked a little resentful. You said you could win without doing anything. It turns out that it was true. Chapter 335. As Jiang Changkong descended, Jiang Jiuqiao walked over. Do you regret it? Jiang Changkong curled his lips. A little, Jiang Jiuqiao said helplessly. Previously, Jiang Changkong had said that he would give him a 3-7 split, but he didn't agree. Thinking about it, he felt that he was so stupid back then. He didn't even want a free benefit. Now, looking at Jiang Changkong's teammates, he was full of envy. A group of peak astral spirits taking advantage of the situation. Of course, he was just a little envious. His team had also gotten a spot this time. He, who only planned to get some soup, wouldn't be too disappointed. As for the next 3 regions, he didn't even think about it. Where did you get that array? It's very strange, Jiang Changkong asked. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just tagging along and getting some soup. Jiang Zhiqiao said and took out his phone. You've been in the limelight too much this time. The road ahead will be more difficult. I don't think it will be that difficult, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Jiang Zhiqiao sighed. I really don't know what to say about you. When the time comes, let's go together. If you have any problems, let me know. Jiang Changkong nodded and was about to say something, but Jiang Zhiqiao had already left. He turned into sunlight and blended into the world. The other teams also gradually finished their battles. Everyone rested. The next day, when Jiang Changkong fought again, his opponent admitted defeat. The competition on the island gradually came to an end. Jiang Changkong only had one battle left. Another day passed, and Jiang Changkong welcomed an old opponent. Shui Wujiang. Jiang Changkong stood in the air, his expression indifferent. Why don't you admit defeat? Jiang Changkong, do you really think you've won? Shui Wujiang's expression was cold, and the blue sea appeared again. Let me tell you, I'll pay you back 100 times for the humiliation you gave me this time. Jiang Changkong sighed. I admire people like you who don't know what's going on. You lost so badly last time and saw my 3 astral bodies, but you still have the confidence to beat me? Kill. With a cold roar, half a blue pearl appeared in Shui Wujiang's palm. With the appearance of the bead, a tremendous pressure swept across the entire place. Is that a damaged top-level weapon? This guy actually managed to get this treasure out. Just for a wasteland opening war, he has a quota. Is it worth it? The martial artists below were all stunned as they stared at the half-bead, an incomplete, top-notch weapon. Moreover, there was still half of it, which was far from what Jiang Changkong's broken moon sword could compare to. The star formation inside could be activated. The mysterious star formation emerged, and the blue sea surged. A giant of 1,000 feet appeared, and the bead was right between his eyebrows. Jiang Changkong, I will beat you into a dead dog. With a furious roar, Shui Wujiang's voice rang out as his giant fist punched out. Space fluctuated, and a huge pressure caused all the cultivators present to feel their bodies sink, and they could not help but retreat. Even the waves stopped under this pressure, and the seawater calmed down. You still have a long way to go. Let me show you what I've got. Jiang Changkong sighed. Soul-killing array. 10,000 flowers bloomed, and a scene of flowers appeared beside Jiang Changkong. The entire starry sky bloomed for me. 10,000 flowers bloomed, and the sky was lit up. The body of the giant emitted the fragrance of countless flowers. Rumble. What's going on? The giant was enraged, and he suddenly exploded. 50 figures flew out, and Jiang Changkong swung his hand and gave them a slap. Pa! Shui Wujiang flew back into the sea. Isn't this? Pa! A loud slap sounded, and the surrounding martial artists observed a moment of silence for him. This was simply courting death, and he was asking for it. It would have been better if he had admitted defeat earlier, and he still had to beat Jiang Changkong into a dead dog. Shui Wujiang learned his lesson, and he did not come out of the sea. However, an invisible star force separated the seawater, and the giant palm landed. Rumble. The palm pressed him into the bottom of the sea, and the waves soared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He's not dead, but he might need a while to crawl out. Jiang Changkong said calmly, I'm helping him, and he's not willing to come out anyway. Everyone, you're humiliating him to death. All right, you've won, Lord Lei announced. As for Shui Wujiang, he would crawl out himself, and he was too lazy to fish him up. The other martial artists did not move, and they clearly had no intention of fishing him up. Jiang Changkong walked to the side. The overseas island competition was about to end. There were no more surprises. He would be the leader of the overseas islands, and he would bring them to compete against the other 2 regions. Very soon the competition ended, and the 10 names were chosen. Lord Lei took out 20 tokens, and Jiang Changkong had already informed them of the 2 territories he had chosen. The other martial artists also chose, and they did not forget to smile at Lord Lei. Jiang Changkong could guess that Lord Lei had also informed them of which land was ready. The best belonged to him, and there were also some that were slightly inferior. This was also excellent news, and Lord Lei must have earned a lot. These are your tokens. Find Jiang Changkong and report to the competition venue in 5 days. The 12 tokens that Lord Lei had left behind all had the word Wasteland Reclamation carved on them. Lord Jiang, we'll need your help in the future. Why don't you come to my territory for a drink? A late-stage star body realm martial artist invited. Come to my territory, get the wasteland, and we'll celebrate together. The other martial artists all spoke up. Everyone present was a big shot, and the cost of a celebration was nothing. Why don't you all come to my territory? Jiang Changkong suggested. Okay, we've never been to Lord Jiang's territory before. This time we'll go and take a look. The various lords looked at each other and agreed. Then let's go, I'll have people prepare. Jiang Changkong informed Su Hingji to prepare a celebratory banquet. Sha Hongtao was also invited, and Jiang Changkong also invited the other late-stage star bodies. However, some people were unwilling to come. The group majestically rushed back to their territory. Su Hingji and the others had already prepared a banquet. Everyone sat down. The wine was not good, but it was passable. There were some fruits which contained abundant star power. They were fruit trees found in the territory. The dishes were convenient. There was star demon meat, and there was also high-grade star demon meat. The group was very enthusiastic as they toasted each other, saying that they would be best friends in the future, and that they could ask for anything. Jiang Changkong smiled and raised his cup. We're all on the offshore island, so we'll help each other in the future. If there's trouble, we'll help each other. Lord Jiang is right. We're all members of the offshore island, and we're all brothers. The many late-stage star bodies raised their cups at the same time and drained them in one gulp. In this way, Jiang Changkong could be considered to have completely integrated into the offshore island. Other than those who deliberately targeted him, most people would give him face. In the future, when he was not around, these people would more or less help him. Even if they didn't help him, they wouldn't hit him when he was down. The group of people drank and chatted. It was very lively. The entire territory was also celebrating. They had obtained another 2 wastelands, and their territory had expanded again. They could earn more. In particular, Jiang Changkong had become more generous recently. He rewarded them with 7th-grade star crystals whenever he wanted. Lord Jiang, do you have a grudge against Budokai? Sha Hongtao suddenly asked. Why? Jiang Changkong was slightly puzzled. Maybe the post from Budokai provoked them. Sha Hongtao said, a person called Star Edge is maliciously slandering your reputation. Chapter 336. A guy who has power but doesn't know how to use it. What's the difference between him and an energy storage device? In my opinion, he's just a bigger star stone full of astral power. He doesn't know how to use it, doesn't know how to comprehend it, and become a top martial artist in 100 years? That's impossible in this lifetime. Xing Meng was posting under the video of Jiang Changkong's Wasteland Reclamation Battle. Apart from him, many members of the Astral Reclamation team were also posting. Someone like him will never be able to understand what the true great Tao of stars is. An unparalleled genius? An unparalleled genius is a martial artist who can perfectly use every bit of astral power and develop himself to the limit. This is an unparalleled genius. Some people only know how to store their astral power, just like a hamster. Those who say that the old monster's body will collapse on its own. If it were an old monster, with his powerful astral power, the Wasteland Reclamation Battle wouldn't be so troublesome. That's right. Which of those old monsters didn't develop themselves to the limit? Jiang Changkong is too naive. Looking at the comments online, Sha Hongtao and the others squeezed out a smile. Lord Jiang, don't take it to heart. These guys just haven't seen your strength. Jiang Changkong said calmly, you must be joking. They're right. I'm lacking a lot. But with my powerful astral power, I can beat them all. Lord Jiang, your sacred sun art has improved at a godly speed. Now, your attainments in it can be considered profound. Many astral cultivators hurriedly said, Lord Jiang, you can just ignore these words. That's right. Lord Jiang's strength is invincible below the top level. Who is there to be afraid of? Those guys are purely envious. A strong foundation is also a part of strength. The astral warriors all spoke to persuade Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong raised his hand with a smile on his face. Their words will only enlighten me and allow me to find room for improvement. When I have fully grasped my own strength, I will naturally reach my peak. Many astral warriors' faces twitched. They suddenly felt like they had been F***ed. It was like a bunch of paupers comforting a rich man with endless wealth. When Jiang Changkong truly developed his body and comprehended all the energy in his body, no one could predict how strong he would become. He only knew that right now he could say that he was invincible under the top grade, regardless of what these people were thinking. Jiang Changkong continued to invite them to drink. Come, let's drink. I happen to have a question for you guys. Please speak. Sha Hongtao finished the wine in his cup, put it down, and looked at him. The others also looked at Jiang Changkong and put down their glasses. It's like this. When I was comprehending the power of the sacred sun, I had a question. A wisp of golden light appeared in Jiang Changkong's hand and slowly dispersed. Our astral power actually didn't disappear when it dissipated. Instead, it merged with the world. Everyone nodded and listened to him. There was only a bit of golden light left on Jiang Changkong's fingertip. Through the previous battle, I merged the 3 types of astral power. That is to say, the astral power is almost glued together. Lord Jiang, what exactly do you want to ask? Everyone frowned. They couldn't wait any longer and couldn't help but urge him. A drop of water can collapse the sky. How can a drop of water be so powerful? A ray of sunlight can illuminate the world. How can a ray of light do that? Jiang Changkong asked with a smile. Sha Hongtao poured a glass of wine and shook his head. Lord Jiang, that's not a problem at all. A drop of water contains an unknown amount of astral power that has been compressed. A ray of sunlight contains the astral power of the sun that has been compressed many times. Some martial artists are used to compressing the astral power inside their bodies and then exploding it. It's a good method. That's right. We usually compress the astral power inside our bodies and explode it when we fight. It's quite powerful, many martial artists said. Can this method change all of our astral power? Jiang Changkong asked. Sha Hongtao shook his head. No. Firstly, our bodies can't bear it. Secondly, if we're not careful, we'll hurt ourselves instead of killing the enemy. Compressing one's astral power to make a drop of astral power countless times stronger was impossible for a martial artist of the same level to bear. Even Jiang Changkong's 3-meter golden body couldn't bear the increase of astral power countless times within the same level. What about the star array? Jiang Changkong asked. You've seen the star array. We can increase our strength through the star array. It's nothing special. The martial artists looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he wanted to know. After a moment of silence, Jiang Changkong said with a smile, Forget it. I was thinking too much. Let's drink. He just remembered a saying from his previous life, a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a flower. Since a drop of water could collapse the sky, a ray of sunlight could illuminate the world. Star artists could condense themselves into stars. So, he should be able to do that too. A drop of astral power was a star. It wasn't compressed, but it gave off the mystery of a speck of sunlight. He felt that if he could do that, he would be invincible among his peers and even kill those at a higher level than him, even if he didn't use the 7 martial arts. By then, he would be considered to have truly developed himself and his astral power. By then, even if he wasn't at the top level, he should be able to face the top martial artists. Of course, it was just a thought. Those late-stage star artists couldn't help him anymore. The information given by the Nan family and the Feng family didn't have it either. Maybe this was something only the top martial artists could do. He hoped that the martial artists from Budokai could give him some inspiration in the next battle. He hoped that he wouldn't be disappointed. The banquet continued until the next morning. Then, the group of people went to rest. They didn't leave. They planned to take part in the wasteland reclamation battle after a good rest. Jiang Chongkong merged with the world again and chased after the sunlight. He wanted to understand the mystery of sunlight. He had read about light particles on the internet in his previous life. It seemed to be some kind of electromagnetic wave, a stream of particles composed of elementary particles. At that time, he couldn't understand it at all. Now he could only try to analyze and simulate it with astral power. The star array was completely composed of the fundamental imprints that he had comprehended from the Star Great Path, which was the most essential way that light operated. Although he had learned how to use it, he wasn't a top martial artist after all. He hadn't entered the Star Great Path and didn't understand its essence. Even some top martial artists could only say that they had inherited the Star Great Path, but still didn't understand its essence. He had asked Professor Yin, but Professor Yin gave him a look of retardation. He could only comprehend it himself. Jiang Chongkong didn't know if his guess was right, so he could only study it himself. If he could, his strength would increase greatly. If he couldn't, it wouldn't affect him. He had a solid foundation to support him. On the 3rd day, Jiang Chongkong separated from the world. He naturally didn't gain anything in such a short time. Lord Jiang, we should set off, a late-stage star artist said. Yes, is everyone here? Jiang Chongkong glanced around. There were only 8 late-stage star artists, and Shui Wujiang was missing. The 8 people said, Shui Wujiang left first. Jiang Chongkong nodded. Shui Wujiang definitely didn't have the face to go with him. He didn't want to see him again, so he wouldn't go with him. Thinking of this, he said, then let's go. Chapter 337. 9 huge stars flew side by side in the void. The team members were carried by them as it was too slow to fly together. The stars in the sky shrunk as they tried not to make too much noise to avoid affecting the other forces. The venue for the competition was deep in the void realm, deep in the mountains. Deep in the mountains, some primitive trees were even taller than the mountains. The 9 stars flew over the mountains without any obstruction from the star demon along the way. It seems that the star demon and humans are getting along quite well, Jiang Chongkong said lightly. What do you mean? Under normal circumstances, when there's no conflict of interest, they just don't interfere with each other. A green star vibrated. It was Feng Tianmao, the late-stage star warrior in Jiang Zhiqiao's team. Jiang Chongkong frowned. Oh, doesn't the Void Realm star demon want to destroy us humans and monopolize this place? How could they not want to? It's just that they can't do it now. Humans have already matured. If a war breaks out, the vast Void Realm won't be able to withstand it. Feng Tianmao explained, neither side dares to start a full-scale war, so they just exist. Jiang Chongkong's eyes widened. The star demon also has people close to God, right? I'm not sure. That's a matter for the higher-ups. Feng Tianmao shook his head. Jiang Chongkong believed that the star demon also had people close to God. If they did not have people close to God, they would have long been killed by humans or kept in captivity. The star demon is looking for ruins in the void realm to ascend to God, Yi Qiushui interrupted. Humans are also looking for it, but they haven't found it after so many years. There's probably no such thing in the void realm, Jiang Chongkong said lightly. No one had found the so-called immortal realm for many years, since the beginning of the Great Change. It was very likely that there was no way to ascend to God in the Void Realm. Yi Qiushui said not necessarily. There are many dangerous places in the Void Realm. Even the top warriors don't dare to set foot there. Jiang Changkong was about to say something when he felt a sense of danger coming from above. A golden sword ray descended from the sky, exuding an earth-shattering aura. Lord Jiang, be careful. The 8 stars trembled at the same time. Interesting. Jiang, Changkong pointed out with a finger. The power of the Holy Sun vibrated and the sword light collapsed. A golden-robed young man slowly descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. Thousands of sword rays gathered around him, and each ray was no weaker than the previous one. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the light sphere, his expression cold. I have never met you before, and there is no grudge between us. Isn't it too much to launch a sneak attack? After saying those words, he frowned. He could still feel someone spying on him from the sky. Was this a sneak attack? Sneak attack? If I had launched a sneak attack, do you think you would still be standing here in one piece? The golden-robed young man said disdainfully. The thousands of sword lights around him merged together. Today, I came here just to see a peerless genius. Are you blowing your own trumpet? I'm not interested in fighting you. Get out of my way, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. You can't leave. The golden-robed young man's expression turned cold, and his sword light locked onto Jiang Changkong. Today, I will let you know that there is always someone better than you. The grass on the grave of the last person who said this to me has already grown out. Jiang Changkong's expression also turned cold. I'll say it again. Scram or die. You're really arrogant, the golden-robed young man shouted. The golden-robed man roared angrily. Thousands of sword lights converged to form a sword light and slashed down. If you can't stop me, then die! Lord Jiang will help you, Feng Tianmao and the others said at the same time. No need. Jiang Changkong's eyes shot out a 3-meter-long divine light. Golden crow! Screech! With a cry, the 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings, and the terrifying fire of the holy sun burned the sky and boiled the sea. The sword light fell, and the golden crow spread its wings. The sword energy that could split the sky and the sea merged with the fire. Rumble! The sword light collapsed, and the golden crow cried blood, turning into starlight. The monstrous starlight surged for 100 miles, and ripples appeared in the sturdy space. Not bad, you can block a casual attack of mine. A hint of admiration appeared on the golden-robed young man's face. Compared to the internet, you've improved a little. Jiang Changkong, how did you live to this age with that kind of talk? However, this guy's strength was indeed not bad. He was in the late stage of the star-body realm. Take this, Metal Extreme, Star Slash. The golden-robed young man shouted coldly, and a golden long sword appeared in his hand. An extreme sword light bloomed. An indestructible and sharp sword intent that could destroy the stars swept out. The 8 stars shook at the same time, and even they felt a tingling sensation. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes, and the holy sun changed. He opened a formation with a power pattern and only punched. An invisible fist force followed, and the void shook as it collided with the sword light. Rumble! Whoosh! The long sword and the fist collided, and the shockwave spread for hundreds of meters. The 8 stars released a vast power at the same time, protecting Jiang Changkong's holy sunlight ball. Rumble! The impact of the shockwave caused the mountains below to collapse and the ancient trees to crumble, turning into dust that drifted into the sky. Drops of golden blood dripped down, forming huge pits on the ground. Jiang Changkong looked at his fist. There was a sword mark on the back of his hand, and the indestructible sword intent made it impossible for him to recover instantly. So powerful, this person must have been specially trained by Budokai. If not for Budokai, he must have been trained by a top force. The 8 stars vibrated, and they started discussing. But Chankong's means are more than that. This guy is too arrogant. Let's make a bet. Let's see if Chankong will use the soul-killing array or the stars. I'll bet on the soul-killing array. I'll bet on the stars. The 8 late-stage star bodies were not worried for Jiang Chankong at all. Jiang Chankong still had too many means to beat this young man. Are you afraid of this sword? The golden-robed young man looked at Jiang Chankong with a condescending gaze. You're a fool. You'll never understand the wonders of martial arts. Jiang Chankong wiped his hand, and the sword mark disappeared. The back of his hand recovered. You're worth killing. You still want to kill me? What a joke! The golden-robed young man sneered. His sword intent soared into the sky, and the golden sword light illuminated hundreds of miles. Today, I'll show you what it means to cut the stars with a sword. You're worthy of me showing some of my abilities. Jiang Chankong's body expanded, and his 10-meter-tall golden body roared. His blood chi gathered into a formation, and he threw a punch. Boom! The punch landed with all his strength, and the sword light shattered. The invisible fist force was like an invisible dragon, crushing everything and bombarding the golden-robed young man. Crack! Bang! The sound of bones cracking rang out, and then his body exploded. The golden sword flew out of his hand. The 10-meter-tall golden body had doubled. This young man was very powerful. He was even stronger than Sha Hongtao's team. However, this was still not enough to block a punch from him, and it was not enough for him to activate the God-killing formation or the 3 stars. The broken body quickly healed, and the golden Chankong flew into the air and returned to his hand. You! Bang! Before the golden-robed young man could say anything, he exploded again. This time, the golden sword flew directly into Jiang Chankong's hand. The broken body started to fuse, and then it continued to explode. The process repeated over and over again, healing, and exploding. It was endless. Look at the internet. The peerless prodigies are all fake. Yi Qiushui's voice sounded. Jiang Chankong. So, this guy turned on the surveillance camera? Are you here to crack down on me? The spying I felt, was it just surveillance? Chapter 338. Jiang Chankong was not interested in the name of someone from Galaxy Budokai. His body was still exploding. He looked at his phone. Sure enough, the internet was broadcasting his battle with this person. He wanted to expose Jiang Chankong's fake identity as a genius and wanted to kill him with a slow and painful death. Looking at the comments below, they were all hilarious. Is he being beaten by a peerless genius? I'm dying of laughter. He still wants to find trouble with him. Galaxy Budokai, why didn't you send someone more powerful? You didn't even force him to use his true strength. Soul, killing array, several planets, and he only used his fist. Body-refining martial artists are scary. Cutting the stars with one sword is no match for a punch. Looking at the comments online, Jiang Chankong almost laughed. However, he was more gloomy and cold. He had no grudge against him. Did he want to kill him? You want to see the soul-killing array? I'll fulfill your wish. Jiang Chankong's eyes were cold. The strange flower bloomed, and the soul-reigning art swept out. An illusory soul directly flew out of the golden-robed young man's body. You! The soul screamed in horror. The next moment, it exploded. Jiang Chankong raised his palm and grabbed it. The soul-stabilizing tree silently absorbed it. Putting away the space equipment, Jiang Chankong entered the holy sunlight sphere and continued to lead them on their way. He did not watch the situation online, nor did he care about the surveillance. Who knew if the other party would use that thing to track them? As for the revenge of Galaxy Budokai, he did not care at all. Not to mention that the people from Galaxy Budokai were courting death. Even if Jiang Chankong took the initiative to attack now, it would not be a problem to kill a few more. As for the top martial artist, he was not afraid at all. He still had the support of the Union. It was not that Ho Qinglan and Lord Lei could hold on, but he was in a special situation now. The Immortal Palace had their eyes on him. The Union and the major forces wanted him to be the bait, so they would not let anything happen to him. If the top martial artists wanted to cause trouble, they had to go through the Union first. An hour later, Jiang Changkong's phone rang. It was a message from Ho Qinglan. Galaxy Budokai has been warned by the Federation. Don't worry, this won't happen again. Thanks a lot. As long as it's not a top martial artist, I should be able to handle it, Jiang Changkong replied. They were here to give him their spirit. The people of Galaxy Budokai were very rich. He checked and found that there were no lower or middle grade 8th tier treasures. 26,000 high grade and 18,000 top grade. Lower grade 9, 10,000 yuan, middle grade, 8,000 yuan, upper grade, 1,000 yuan. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. 4 million. Jiang Changkong really wanted to say, give me a dozen of these rich people. All the veins in the territory that could be mined had been mined, and new veins were still being searched. The 15 businesses did not have much income. Jiang Changkong had just obtained 2 pieces of wasteland and had not opened them up yet. It was a period of food shortage. The people of Galaxy Budokai had come over to give him resources. This was very kind of them. However, he could not tell Hua Qinglan the truth. He could not tell her not to warn them, but to ask them to come over. He wanted to beat them all up. If he said this, all the top martial artists of Galaxy Budokai would explode on the spot. Although he had the Federation watching over him, he could be a little arrogant, but he could not be too arrogant. Therefore, he could only say that he should be able to handle it. High-grade star crystals were getting fewer and fewer. Now he could only count on this group of rich people to survive. After chatting for a while, Hua Qinglan went to work, and Jiang Changkong continued on his way. For the rest of the journey, since the Federation had informed them, no one jumped out to court death. A few hours later, a building complex appeared in front of them. It was a forest of tall buildings. The 9 stars landed, and the building complex was divided into 3 areas: the offshore island, the ordinary province, and the big province. Jiang Changkong and them entered the offshore island area together. The people of the Federation were already there. They invited them into the room to rest. There were 2 days left, and they could adjust their condition here. They could also move around freely and see their friends. Jiang Changkong brought Yi Qiushui and the others to stay in a tall building. Feng Tianmao and the others left. Their master stayed in another tall building. Every team had their own house. They also had friends in other provinces. Jiang Changkong let them stay and prepared to go to his room to break through. The houses here were all set up with star formations, and the materials were also extraordinary. Even the peak of the star level would not be able to destroy it, so it could completely withstand his breakthrough. However, not long after he entered the room, a guest came. Changkong, you only know how to hide in your room. You don't even come to see us. A familiar voice was heard. It was the cold moonlight, Qi Shi, Nanjiaokong, and Yaoqing. Congratulations, you've all entered the star level. Jiang Changkong laughed. After obtaining a near-divine cultivation method, the 3 of them had broken through the peak of the star level and had already become star level. I can't compare to you. Not only did you enter the star level early, but you also became the leader of the offshore islands with your own strength. A trace of envy appeared on Nan Jiaokong's face. Your strength has improved really fast. You're a peerless genius. Don't laugh at me. Galaxy Budokai just called me a fool. Jiang Changkong shrugged. You've already killed that person, Yaoqing said speechlessly. You're not honest at all. Although you've comprehended star power and your astral form development is relatively weak, your strength is enough to make up for everything. All right, let's not talk about me. Since you're here, why don't we eat together? Jiang Changkong asked. We're not in the mood to eat with you. We came to find you this time, not only to see you, but also to inform you." Yao Qing's expression sank, and she said, "The Xinghe and Heavenly Star martial arts tournaments both invited a genius. This is not something that the person you killed can compare to." Jiang Chongkong nodded. "Yes, I'll do my best this time. This wasteland reclamation battle has indeed given me a great surprise. Previously, I thought that I would be crushed out of boredom. This wasteland reclamation battle allowed him to see another direction for improvement. He had yet to reach his limit among those at the same cultivation level. In particular, these late-stage star-level powerhouses. When they worked together, their might was so strong that it caused him to look askance. He wondered how strong a peak star-level powerhouse would be when he erupted. If there was a chance, he could find someone to spar with. The three of them were somewhat speechless. They already felt that it was very difficult, but Jiang Changkong actually felt pleasantly surprised. "Oh, right." Jiang Changkong's eyes turned, and he said, "Do you think we can snatch their astral crystals during the battle?" "What do you think?" The three rolled their eyes. "I'm not talking to you anymore. It's time for us to go back. Be careful." After sending off the three, Jiang Changkong closed the door and started to raise his strength. This time, he could raise his remaining martial techniques to small perfection. He raised the White Cloud 9-layer sutra, Tyrant Saber, and Advanced Star Formation diagram. Dense white clouds covered the secret room. Formless saber lights pierced through it without making a sound. An Advanced Star Formation diagram entered Jiang Changkong's mind. He comprehended countless star formations, including medial rank 9 star formations. His physique, power patterns, and blood qi all soared, surging as his strength increased. Astral energy surged in his body, vast and surging. The number of star formation patterns on his star formation increased, growing increasingly stronger. Jiang Changkong, middle stage star level advanced superior martial technique, 3-meter golden body, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million Taiji yin-yang art, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million God governing art, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million bright moon art, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million tyrant saber, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million holy sun art, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million white cloud 9-layer sutra, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million advanced superior array diagram, battle body star formation, incomplete, small perfection, 1/4, 8 million essence, vitality, and spirit, 222-8885. For his 8 martial techniques had reached small perfection and reached the middle stage star level. With this, there was nothing to worry about. Chapter 339. After the breakthrough, Jiang Changkong didn't rush to leave the secret chamber. Instead, he focused on comprehending the 3 transformed stars. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but he felt that he should comprehend it after experiencing the Wasteland Reclaimers. More star formation patterns appeared on the stars, which also increased his strength. The stars nurtured by me have 7 big stars, and the star array is the orbit. So, according to the theory that every grain of sand is a world, can my astral power also contain star arrays? Jiang Changkong pondered. This was what he was thinking. Was there a star formation in a dot of sunlight? If the sun was a magnified sunlight, then the sunlight should also have a star array. A bit of sunlight, a star. A drop of star power, a star. That was what he guessed, but he didn't know how to do it. Carve a star array in a drop of star power. Jiang Changkong frowned and pondered. A drop of star power could manifest a vast ocean, but this was after it was thinned. If I can carve it after it's thinned and condense it, will it work? But then he thought that it was no different from ordinary compression. If the amount was too much, he might not be able to bear it. Besides, he had to spend some energy to control the star array. Is it because of my body? Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh. His body couldn't bear either of the two methods. According to this speculation, even a true god of the same level couldn't bear it, let alone him. Jiang Chongkong sank into the stargate and looked at the big stars with his soul form. He could understand everything about the big stars with a thought. There was nothing special about the big stars formed by star power and star arrays. The lines of the star array appeared on the stars, and the star power slowly circulated in a fixed orbit. The trajectory of the lunar battle physique star formation diagram appeared in his mind once again. It went from high-tier inferior grade all the way to top-tier superior grade, continuously flashing through his mind. Then there was the force pattern battle body star array, but it was only at the advanced level. The Sun Fairy Palace is the only one among the 3 palaces that I haven't seen. The images left by the force pattern warriors appeared in Jiang Chongkong's mind. In order to resist the devouring starry sky, the 3 palaces had created countless star arrays. 3 stars, a sky full of stars, starlight. Could that be it? Jiang Chongkong opened his eyes, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The human body would nurture a large star, and when one cultivated to the limit, the star formation would cover the entire star. In the heavenly star stage, what would happen if the human body was transformed into a star and inscribed with countless star formations? Then he thought of Feng Tianmao's star formation. For kinds of star formations complemented each other in the huge star formation. This was also the result of his Taiji unification. He could use the Tai Chi celestial body to balance his own celestial body and use the other 3 celestial bodies at the same time. That must be the case. If I engrave the starry sky array on my body, I will definitely be able to bear that incredible power. Jiang Chongkong's eyes widened. At that time, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great immortal palaces. Perhaps this was the ultimate body the 3 immortal palaces were pursuing. But how should he do it? Jiang Chongkong was in a dilemma. He couldn't possibly use all the battle body star arrays on himself, could he? Directly using himself as an experiment? If he were to accidentally blow himself up, at the very least he would be injured, and at the very worst he might even kill himself. That would be equivalent to performing surgery on himself. Let's take it slow. Professor Yin is also studying it. Maybe I'm wrong. Jiang Chongkong thought it was better for him to continue to comprehend the power of the Holy Sun and pursue it from the sunlight. Although he might not be able to find it, it was all his own speculation. There was no danger in that direction. Jiang Chongkong went into seclusion as soon as he arrived. Yi Qiu Shui and the others did not go out and were all in the room. The food was delivered by the people from the Alliance. They could eat if they wanted to, and if they did not want to, they could save a meal. The building complex was quite lively. They had developed in the Void Realm for many years, and basically had friends everywhere. They were all in the late stage of the Heavenly Star stage, the top figures in the Void Realm. Except for Jiang Chongkong, they were all familiar with each other. On the night before the battle, there was a sudden knock on the door of Jiang Chongkong's secret chamber. Jiang Chongkong separated from the world and opened the secret chamber. There was a monitoring device and a rotating door. Who is using this method to find me? Jiang Chongkong frowned slightly. The monitoring device had already flown out. Jiang Chongkong thought for a while, turned into a beam of light, and merged with the world and followed it. The monitoring device left the building complex and entered the dense forest in the distance. A woman sat on a tree, looking at the starry sky through the gaps of the leaves. Her face was expressionless. Liang Qiushwani, what the hell are you doing now? Jiang Chongkong frowned slightly. The response he got was a thick book. Jiang Chongkong took the book and his expression changed. Moon and sun, cultivation comprehension, and the way of white cloud. Where did you get them? In addition to cultivation comprehension, there were all kinds of research and analysis, dissecting the 3 forces. Liang Qiushhuani retracted her gaze, looked at him calmly, and said softly, "The Immortal Palace. You can actually take things from the Immortal Palace?" Jiang Changkong looked slightly surprised. "What do you mean by this? Why did you give me such a big gift?" "This is only a part of it. It's only up to the late Starry Sky realm," Liang Qiushhuani said calmly. "It's enough to make up for your current shortcomings. Tell me, it's not easy to take your things. What do you want me to do?" Jiang Changkong asked after accepting the book. "After the reclamation, the people from Budokai will make a move on you." Liang Qiushhuani landed gracefully and said, "I want you to choose a place to fight and lure them there. Why don't you invite me to kill them there?" Jiang Changkong was slightly confused. "What exactly are you planning?" Liang Qiushhuani came to his side and whispered in his ear, "I'll bring you to the Immortal Palace to get what you want." Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. "You know where the Immortal Palace is?" "I'm not sure for now, but you can find what you want there. The moon and sun, and the study of power patterns," Liang Qiushhuani said softly. "I've only just learned about it. I'll make it clear to you first. It might be life-threatening. If you go, do as I say. If you don't go, return the things to me, and pretend that I was never here." "What does that have to do with the Budokai approval? Why don't we just kill them and go there?" Jiang Changkong said with a frown. "Don't you want to investigate, Yi Nan? The place I chose is the last place Yi Nan went missing," Liang Qiushhuani said calmly. "People like you who don't speak clearly and know too much won't have a good ending." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "Early Starry Sky Realm. Good talent. I can't compare to you. I've only just entered the late Starry Sky Realm. As for my ending, it's nothing more than death." Liang Qiushhuani's expression was very calm. A transparent pearl appeared in her hand. "Take this. I'll use this to contact you. Is the Immortal Palace behind you or another faction?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "I don't know." Liang Qiushhuani shook her head. "I'm even more confused than you are. Oh, right. You must remember that there's someone in Xinghe's team." "Who is it that you've mentioned? The peak of the Starry Sky Realm?" Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. "Sha Hongtao told you before that there was a genius who only appeared for a short time. It's him? He's also from the Immortal Palace?" Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. "I'm not sure. It's not him. However, his background is as mysterious as that person. We'll talk about it in the future. I'm leaving. Don't tell anyone that you've seen me." Liang Qiushhuani left in a hurry. Jiang Changkong took the pearl, merged with heaven and earth, and left. Not long after he left, a wisp of green light flashed. Chapter 340. With strength as the main factor, balance the sun and the moon. With strength at its peak, shatter the void and destroy everything. White clouds are faintly discernible. Floating clouds cover the eyes, changing unpredictably. Moving clouds impermanence. Looking at the book, Jiang Changkong couldn't hide the joy on his face. The power of the moon and the sun. The power of the power pattern battle body. The research on the integration was much more profound than that of Professor Yin. Of course, almost all of them failed because the Celestial Palace didn't have the power pattern battle body. They could only find creatures with strong bodies and inject 3 kinds of power into them to balance the 3 forces. The research was very immature. If it was done according to the book, the probability of death was as high as 90%. The other 10% was to hold on for a while before dying. Jiang Changkong didn't care about this. He couldn't balance the moon and the sun with force. What he cared about was the research on the 3 kinds of power and the combination of their star arrays. This information also provided him with important information about his conjecture. He had found 3 types of balanced star formations. The power pattern star array and the moon and sun star arrays each had 3 battle body star arrays that could coexist peacefully. He didn't even need the Tai Chi Yin Yang art. Although he couldn't use the 3 star bodies at the same time, He could use the 3 kinds of star power without deliberately using Tai Chi to maintain balance. The 3 star arrays were integrated and balanced, just like Feng Tianmao's combination star array. Moreover, if the integration was successful and he used the Tai Chi yin-yang art, it was very likely that he would use the 4 major star bodies at the same time. He could operate on himself. Jiang Changkong didn't rush to start. Instead, he first used the star power to make sure there were no problems, and then he was relieved. I can try these 3 star arrays, but I may not have enough time. Jiang Changkong was lost in thought. It was already midnight. With his own means, it would be impossible for him to carve the 3 star formations in his body in half a night. I can only ask 3 families for help. No, 2 are enough. Jiang Changkong memorized the 2 star arrays and sent a message to Nan Zhaokong. He didn't need their help with the power of the moon. The 2 families soon arrived, and they were all in the late stage of the star body realm. He planned to carve a mid-grade, 9th grade star array, which was the most suitable for the late-stage star body realm. The power-patterned star array was a bit more troublesome, but he could lead them to set it up. The sun star array would be helped by the Nan family. Thank you for your trouble. Jiang Changkong passed the 2 star formations to them. Help me carve these 3 formations. Where? The 2 of them sensed the star formation in their minds and looked very calm. Do you need our help for such a small matter? In their opinion, Jiang Changkong could easily set up 6 middle-grade celestial arrays. Carve it into my body, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The 2 of them, are you sure you're not joking with us? Carve arrays on your body? Don't joke around. You already have an astral body. The 2 of them wiped their sweat. Are you deliberately teasing us? I'm not joking. I just thought of a way to improve my strength. I want to try carrying a few more star arrays with my body. Jiang Changkong said seriously. The 2 of them. How many more star arrays? Although the celestial body was meant to bear the weight of the star formation and transform into a special physique, it didn't mean that it could bear it indefinitely. Your body may not be able to bear it. Changkong, although you're a body-tempering martial artist, you can't act recklessly. The 2 of them frowned. I know my own situation. You can do it. Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged and restrained his astral power. This was related to the improvement of his strength. He didn't mind taking risks to improve his strength. He had already deduced that the 3 star arrays could exist in balance. Even if they couldn't, he still had the Tai Chi yin-yang art. Seeing that the 2 were still hesitating, Jiang Changkong urged, don't hesitate. Hurry up. Even if there's a problem with the 9th grade star array, it won't affect me too much. Okay, we'll prepare a healing potion for you. The 2 of them no longer hesitated. The master of the Nan family looked serious. You have to be careful. It's no less painful than having your skin peeled off and bones scraped. Come on, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The 2 of them shouted and condensed their astral power into the patterns of the star arrays, which were branded in Jiang Changkong's body. The star arrays had to be integrated into every corner of the body. Only in this way could one's physique be transformed into a star body. The 2 different star arrays entered his body. The power pattern and the sun didn't collide. A gentle, all-embracing force took the initiative to accept the 2 star formations. Under the Tai Chi yin-yang art, the 2 star arrays coexisted peacefully. The pain almost separated his flesh and bones. The master of the Arcade Chamber of Commerce's mouth twitched. Don't you feel pain? The master of the Nan family looked at him in admiration. You don't even make a sound in this kind of pain. Amazing. Jiang Changkong looked at him expressionlessly. Please hurry up. Who said it didn't hurt? However, in order to improve his strength, this pain was nothing. As long as he could improve his strength, he could bear it no matter how painful it was. The 2 of them hurriedly sped up. It was better to get the pain over with. Drops of golden blood flowed out of the surface of Jiang Changkong's body and rolled to the ground. That's strange. Your body doesn't resist the 2-star arrays, the master of the Nan family said. Of course, Chang Kong can activate 3-star bodies at the same time. How can he resist the battle body star arrays of the same element? The master of the Alcade Chamber of Commerce carved another star pattern. The battle body star array was used to form stars. The star arrays that Jiang Changkong had obtained were all like this. Of course, this didn't mean that the battle body star array had no other uses. Once it was activated, it could also be used as a killing array. It was just that it wasn't as powerful as the killing array. Jiang Changkong took the initiative to guide the star array into his body. As the star array merged with the star array, Jiang Changkong keenly noticed that his power patterns were changing. It became thicker, and its strength increased. This was the right way to go. A few star patterns also appeared on the star array, but they were very small compared to the stars. If Jiang Changkong didn't have a perfect control of his stars, it would have been very difficult for him to discover it. Does this mean that my foundation has become stronger? Jiang Changkong murmured in his heart. He was full of energy. No, he had overlooked a problem. The 3 palaces and the 3 battle bodies. Since they could be integrated, the star array he had obtained should be perfectly balanced. There were hundreds of star arrays of the same level. He only lacked the sun star array. He wondered how the moon star array he had just seen was different from the moon star array in his mind. Thinking of this, the middle grade, 9th grade moon star array appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Soon, he found 3 star arrays among the hundreds of moon star arrays. They were exactly the same. This star array was the same as the middle grade, 9th grade star array he had obtained. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he found it. Did the sun star array belong to the celestial palace? As time passed, the 2 late-stage star bodies took action. It was a little painful, but there was no accident. 2 hours later, the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Thank you. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and felt the 8 power patterns in his body grow a little. Of course, his essence, energy, and spirit didn't grow. You're welcome, but don't come to us for this kind of thing in the future. The 2 of them wiped their sweat. You're not panicking, but we are. They were afraid that their hands would tremble and hurt Jiang Changkong. Chapter 341. After sending them away, Jiang Changkong checked the time. There was still time. He would close the secret room and carve the moon battle body star array on himself. 3 star arrays were carved at the same time. The bone-deep pain came again. Jiang Changkong was numb. He would have dissected himself if he hadn't been worried that he would be injured and affect tomorrow's battle. The moon was shining brightly, and the cold chi of Yin was growing slowly. Jiang Changkong's body was fading. He began to merge with the world and the moonlight. Jiang Changkong was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that carving star arrays could help him understand the power of the moon. Thinking of this, he was even more convinced. 3 hours later, the sky started to brighten, and Jiang Changkong also emerged from the sky. The star arrays in his body were intertwined, and the power of the moon and the sun was surging. 3 kinds of light bloomed like 3 stone pearls. Then the power of the sun ran. Jiang Changkong's body became fading again, merging with the world and the sun. In the next moment, Jiang Changkong came out, and his eyes were filled with amazement. There's actually such a good thing? Besides, these star arrays will hide themselves if I don't use them. In this way, his star arrays wouldn't conflict with each other. Even if he had more star arrays, they would hide themselves if he didn't use them. As the star arrays were carved, Jiang Changkong could merge with the power of the moon and the sun without using his cultivation method. The star power in his body didn't increase by much, only about 5%. It's a pity that I don't know much about the white cloud star array. Jiang Changkong felt sorry. It would be great if he could merge with the white cloud star array. He raised his hand and 3 lights gathered. He could use 3 kinds of star power without the Tai Chi yin-yang art. The Tai Chi celestial body appeared, and the 4 celestial bodies worked together. In addition to the strengthening of his foundation, he also had the instinct to merge with the star power. Lord, it's time for the competition. Yi Qiushui's voice came from outside the secret room. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the secret room. The 49 people had gathered. Let's go. The 50 people walked out of the building and left the complex. In the delivery room, Feng Tianmao and the others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw him arrive, they immediately cupped their hands and greeted, Lord Jiang. Greetings, everyone. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and returned the greeting. When will it begin? Everyone follow me. Lord Thunder's voice rang out, and a ball of lightning light appeared. Yes, Lord Lori. The 10 of them cupped their fists at the same time, Shui Wujiang included. The lightning ball was the first to break through the air. Jiang Changkong brought his teammates and followed. Everyone followed and flew deep into the mountains. A huge stone platform appeared in front of everyone's line of sight in the middle of the mountain range. The stone platform was vast and there were 30 arenas. Furthermore, all of them were protected by barriers. Even top martial artists would find it difficult to break through. Lord Lei said, "This place used to be a remnant. Even peak cultivators would find it hard to break through. Hence, they chose this place as the location for the decisive battle." Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. The others looked calm. Clearly, they already knew about it. They had experienced the wasteland reclamation war more than once. There are some changes in the situation this time. Be prepared. Lord Lei's voice rang out in Jiang Changkong's ears. This was a voice transmission to him. Without waiting for his response, Lord Lei continued. There will be an additional battle at the end. The leaders of the 3 regions will face off against each other. 6 pieces of wasteland will belong to the winner. The remaining 42 pieces will be divided among the 30 teams. It's best that the leaders stop fighting. It's 2 specially approved Budokai teams. Jiang Changkong nodded imperceptibly, indicating that he heard it. As for not fighting, that was impossible. This was good too. This way he could get a few more pieces. As for the others, even if they were the geniuses that Liangqiu Xuanyi mentioned, he did not care about them. The current him was even stronger. Without exposing his 4 astral bodies, it was enough to suppress and kill everything. As he pondered, everyone arrived above the arenas. The 2 stars, 1 gold and 1 red, each brought 10 teams over. All right, everyone is here for the Wasteland Reclamation War. A voice came from the Red Star. Because Budokai was specially approved to participate in this battle, there have been some changes. 48 pieces will become 42. The remaining 6 pieces will be fought over by the leaders of the 3 great forces. You don't have any point, do you? No, everyone replied, but they were not very happy. They could have gotten 6 more pieces. Now there were 6 less pieces, but they had already said that it was because Budokai was specially approved to join. They did not dare to provoke Budokai. Each of the 30 teams will have to fight against the other 20 teams. According to the ranking, the first place will get 5 pieces of wasteland, the second place will get 4 pieces, and the third place will get 3 pieces. As for the remaining 30 pieces, each team from the 3 regions will get 1 piece. Lord Lei's voice rang out. It's the same old rules. Take the stone slab and fight at random. The teams from your region will not appear at random. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone platform fell again. 30 stone slabs. Jiang Changkong rose into the air and took a stone slab at random. Through the projection, Feng Tianmao faced a team from a normal province. Jiang Changkong's opponent was from a big province. There were no 3 clans. Instead, it was his old enemy, Tai Yuanlong. The arena was number 3. Jiang Changkong brought his opponent down from the sky. Tai Yuanlong also landed with his team. They were all high-level martial artists, and all of them were metal element martial artists. Lord Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. Tai Yuanlong cupped his hands. His eyes were cold. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. Xing Jin's people are really enemies. You've killed many people, but you don't know how to take a detour. Lord Jiang is really arrogant. Be careful. You might die later. Tai Yuanlong snorted. With a wave of his hand, a golden light gathered. Set up the formation. Today, we'll let Lord Jiang know that he's just a piece of trash with only power. Jiang Changkong squinted. Then I'll let you know that with enough power, you can defeat everything. Kill. Golden light shattering star formation. Tai Yuanlong let out a furious roar, and his figure dissipated. Many cultivators disappeared with him. They didn't turn into a golden space. Instead, they formed a golden giant sword. Wherever the golden giant sword passed, the space shook. The powerful aura made even Jiang Changkong feel a bit of pressure. Compared to the person from the Galaxy Martial Arts meet, he was much stronger. If it was before, he wouldn't be able to crush him with one punch. But now, 3 Zhang golden body. Roar. 8 power patterns roared. The star formed by the 4 star formations emitted a monstrous aura. Boundless energy rushed to the protective shield above his head. The entire arena was shaking. One punch. Boom. Crack. With a single punch, the huge golden sword instantly exploded into pieces, exposing the 50 people at the same time. With a bang, Tai Yuanlong exploded. Jiang Changkong's star power changed into pure sun star power. It was also a star formed by the 4 star formations. Saber, sunset. The saber of sunset fell, and Tai Yuanlong exploded again. It wasn't over yet. Jiang Changkong used the white cloud star power again. Cloud-piercing Sunday, Tai Yuanlong exploded again. Everyone. Are you trying to crush him with another method? A vast Tai Chi diagram appeared. The pure Tai Chi diagram pressed a pile of minced meat on the ground. Lord, Yi Qiushui, and the others' faces twitched. You're too ruthless. Jiang Changkong said calmly. I'm just telling him the truth. With enough power, any martial art can crush him. This was just like the sword chi battle on Mount Hua. Wasn't this nonsense? What sword art couldn't be pushed over by inner force? The Tai Chi diagram dissipated. Tai Yuanlong condensed and roared angrily, Jiang Changkong, I'm going to kill! Bang! Before he finished speaking, he fell straight to the ground. Chapter 342. Tai Yuanlong did not get up again after falling. His teammates looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If not for the fact that they could still feel Tai Yuanlong's breath, they would have thought that he was already dead. He rose into the air with his teammates and did not return the slate to Lord Lei. He would hand it over after the battle. Lord, this Jiang Changkong is too ruthless. A martial artist looked up at the red ball of light in the sky and complained. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the red ball of light. Killing is prohibited in the competition, but not beating people into idiots. The martial artist, idiot? The other teams also glanced over. Tai Yuanlong had been beaten into an idiot? Lord Jiang, such profound attainments in the soul. A group of people landed, and a young girl had a smile on her face. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. He knew this young girl, Gu Yanyu. It's all right, I just wanted to satisfy him. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Yanyu, you don't know, but Lord Jiang's attainments in the soul are profound. I can only look up to him. Qiu Yin walked over and smiled. Lord Jiang, I said that we would have another match. Here's the chance. You will still lose. Jiang Changkong smiled. Your map has already been given to me by Liang Qiushuani for free. The two smiled and did not say anything else, walking to the side. A young man stepped into the air and looked down at Jiang Changkong with a cold gaze. Star River Budokai. Xingmeng, get to know the person who defeated you. Jiang Changkong rose into the air and looked at him. You are very similar to Tai Yuanlong. Xingmeng was slightly stunned. How? All of you are idiots. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he didn't move. You. A trace of anger appeared on Xing Mang's face. His star power fluctuated uncontrollably, but he did not make a move. Jiang Changkong was a little disappointed. You can make a move. This is not a competition. In the competition, I will let you accompany Tai Yuanlong. Xing Mang snorted and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong was even more disappointed. He had wanted to take the opportunity to kill this guy. With this guy's identity and strength, he was definitely a wealthy person. The battle in the sky continued. Jiang Changkong merged with heaven and earth. The sunlight gathered on its own. It was warm and comfortable. He was starting to like this feeling. He didn't know what would happen when he condensed a few more star formations. As for the increase in strength, he didn't care much about it. It was better to just increase it by himself. In addition to him, the Galaxy Budokai team and the Heavenly Star team also quickly came to an end. The two specially approved Budokai martial artists were both very strong, and they were both stellar martial artists. While the others were still fighting, Jiang Changkong continued to maintain his state of blending into the sunlight. A day passed, and the battle continued at night. Jiang Changkong led his teammates and won once again. Yi Qiushui was taking selfies, while the rest of the martial artists were uploading videos to their circle of friends. He added, Lord Jiang said that as long as we have enough power, we can crush everything. The internet was in an uproar. Jiang Changkong really led a group of peak astral spirits into the wasteland reclamation competition. From the looks of it, he would be able to win in the 3 regional competitions as well. Jiang Changkong didn't know any of this. He was immersed in the warm sunlight. The next day, the next round continued. It was still the same element, and it was easily finished. These teams were about the same level, and most of them were at Shui Wujiang's level. Jiang Changkong had been studying the Nan family and the Divine Palace's research on the solar star power these days. Although it was still a short time and he couldn't reach the sky in one step, he could make a little progress every day. He estimated that the power of the sacred sun art was almost the same as the golden body state. His martial arts, the spirit reigning art, and the lunar star power should be about the same. They all had God-killing arrays. With the help of the Overlord Blade and the lunar star power, it might be a little stronger. After that was the power rune battle body and the sacred sun art. The strongest were the 4 great astral bodies, followed by the 3 great astral bodies. This group of people couldn't even force him to use the spirit reigning art and God-killing arrays, much less the few astral bodies. As the days passed, there were more and more discussions on the internet. More and more people recognized Jiang Changkong. The new first-rate faction was the strongest, second only to the top tier. Hu Qinglan's letter said that the Federation had already confirmed his talent and was nurturing him as a top-tier warrior candidate. As for him defeating the 2 special Budokai teams, the Federation and Hu Qinglan had no confidence in him. Finally, on the 7th day, a light laugh rang out. Ha! I didn't expect that I would be facing you first. Jiang Changkong looked over. It was the leader of the Heavenly Star team, Tian Heng. It is indeed surprising. Jiang Changkong smiled and extended his hand. Please. Please. Tian Heng cupped his hands and bowed. He was much more polite than Xing Mang. 50 Xing Mang charged into the arena at the same time with Tian Heng at the front. Jiang Changkong brought his team members and stood opposite him. Shengyang protected the 49 people behind him. This time, the 49 people didn't dare to relax. Their expressions were solemn, and half of them were still trembling. Changkong, admit defeat if you can't do it. With your strength, getting 3rd shouldn't be a problem. Lord Lei's voice rang out. Tian Heng looked at Lord Lei in shock and then smiled. Lord Jiang, Heavenly Star Budokai is shocked by your talent and strength. If Lord Jiang is willing to join Heavenly Star, we will nurture you with all our strength. Moreover, Tian Heng will admit defeat. Jiang Changkong's eyes turned serious. What a huge temptation. Unfortunately, I like to personally get what I want. He didn't expect that Tianheng would actually invite him to join Heavenly Star. The special Budokai wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Even normal Star Warriors had to see if they would accept them. No matter if there was a motive or not, this invitation was enough to make many people go crazy. Lord Jiang, are you really confident that you can beat us with them? Tianheng's expression turned solemn. I like to speak with facts. Jiang Chongkong said calmly. Okay, set up the formation. Let us see Lord Jiang's strength. Tianheng waved his hand and said solemnly, Lord Jiang, I won't hold back. I won't either. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand and the Shenyang light ball moved away from him. I heard that Lord Jiang's soul-killing formation is immeasurably strong. Today, let Tianheng widen his horizons. Tianheng raised his palm and starlight intersected, forming a sky full of stars. The space expanded and a starry sky appeared. Did you give me this formation? Jiang Chongkong's gaze turned serious. This was the same as the star formation on the outer ocean island. No, I found it on purpose. It's also incomplete, but it's more complete. This formation is called the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Tianheng's voice spread out from the endless starry sky. Lord Jiang, please. Heavenly Cycle Star Formation? Jiang Chongkong thought back to the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation in the story in his last life. It was known as one of the strongest killing formations. Of course, maybe it was just the same name. After all, it was just a peak grade 10 formation. The Heavenly Cycle Star Formation in the story could kill gods and celestials. No matter how many there were, it wouldn't be enough. Today, I will use a different method to break the formation. I don't dare to be careless with Heavenly Star Budokai's strength. Jiang Chongkong blinked. With just the incomplete God-killing formation and God-controlling technique, he probably wouldn't be able to break this place. Chapter 343. The starry sky array this time couldn't be compared to the previous ones. This was specially prepared by Budokai. Even if a peak star body came, they wouldn't be able to last long. 5-element lightning. Rumble. The stars shook and 5-colored starlight intertwined. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements condensed into lightning. Yi Choshui and the others in the Holy Sun sphere were all shocked. This 5-element lightning was enough to kill a peak star body. Jiang Chongkong felt that he had overestimated the Heavenly Cycle Star Array, but he didn't expect to still underestimate it. If a peak star body entered here, they wouldn't be able to withstand it without special methods. If it was Sha Hongtao or the other teams, even if they activated their ray, they would at most be able to withstand 2 strikes. With a thought, Jiang Chongkong's body changed. Half of his body was transparent, while the other half was golden. The Taiji diagram appeared and the 3 stars were activated at the same time, clashing head-on with the 5-element lightning. Rumble. The 5-element lightning descended and the power of the 5 elements surged in all directions. A golden crow appeared and protected Yi Choshui and the others. Good strength. A voice praised. Golden light filled the starry sky and a golden lightning struck down. Gung Metal Divine Lightning. The Gung Metal Divine Lightning was indestructible and could destroy anything. Even a real star could be shattered. Jiang Chongkong pressed in the air, and invisible star power swept in all directions. The God-governing arts star power swept the entire starry sky, and the stars bloomed. You finally activated the array? Tianheng's voice sounded with a hint of surprise. Not just that. Jiang Chongkong said calmly. The sunset glow covered the sky, and the divine lightning shot above his head. With a boom, the blade of sunset and the divine lightning shattered at the same time. The stars bloomed with flowers, and the river of stars bloomed with strange flowers. The dense fragrance of flowers filled the starry sky, and these flowers were burning with golden flames. The faint Taiji diagram intertwined. The soul and the power of the Holy Sun coexisted and bloomed. Come, let's decide this with one strike. Tianheng's voice rang out, and the star array shook. Just what I wanted. Jiang Changkong opened his eyes, and the image of a flower appeared beside him. Stellar heavenly cycle. Tianheng hollered, and the stars released a torrential power. Jiang Changkong's astral powers spread out, and the three celestial bodies shone with divine light at the same time. Starry sky bloom, blade of the setting sun rumble. In the entire starry sky, countless flowers bloomed. Near God-killing formations crisscrossed. The starry sky trembled. On the star, hundreds of flowers blossomed. Killing intent surged as soul power fluctuated. Then a crimson saber light appeared on each of the flowers. The setting sun was past its dusk, and the tender and beautiful flowers shone upon each other. They were inseparable and complemented each other. Rumble. Countless stars burst forth with starlight, but they could not stop the fragrance of the flowers, nor could they stop the saber radiance. Fireworks bloomed, filling the entire starry sky with a blood-red sunset. The saber radiance was boundless, and the sunset glow was boundless. There were countless flowers, and the fragrance of flowers was endless. It shattered the stars and shattered the starlight. Although it didn't have the ability to move and contain like the Tai Chi yin-yang art, it was still powerful enough. The starry sky dissipated, and the formation was broken. Beside Jiang Changkong, Hua Tianrui stood proudly among the flowers. The 50 star warriors were revealed, and they were completely unharmed. Tianheng's face was ashen white, and he cupped his fists. I, Tianheng, am convinced by today's battle. Not only did you break the formation, but you also ensured that we were unharmed. With such strength, you are number 1 under the top grade. Thanks for letting me win. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Lord Jiang. Tianheng's expression turned solemn, and he cupped his fists once more. Tianheng invites Lord Jiang to join Heavenly Star Budokai once more. I am willing to give you the position of Vice President. Heavenly Star, are you crazy? Can you make a decision for Heavenly Star Budokai? Someone exclaimed. It was Xingguang. The position of the Vice President of Budokai was equivalent to the third in command of a top-grade faction. As for Heavenly Star Budokai, the President and Vice President were mostly top-grade warriors, and they didn't need star-grade resources anymore. As long as Jiang Changkong joined, he would be able to eat at least half of Budokai's star-grade resources, or even more. Such a tempting temptation. How could Xingguang not be shocked? Tianheng glanced at Xingguang and said indifferently, Heavenly Star, Budokai's matters are not up to you to ask. What I, Tianheng, just said is the President's intention. Thank you for Heavenly Star, Budokai's favor. I am used to being the President, and I am not used to being the Vice President. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He paused, and then said, I have said this to a friend before. All right, then I wish Lord Jiang first place. Tianheng looked disappointed, and he left with his men. Idiot. Xingguang glanced at Jiang Changkong and then turned to leave. If it was him, he would have agreed to the position of Heavenly Star, Budokai's vice president. But Jiang Changkong had actually rejected it. Even Lord Lei and the other two were dumbfounded. This was a great opportunity, and he actually rejected it? Jiang Changkong left the arena with his men and came to Lord Lei's side. Why didn't you agree? Lord Lei was a little exasperated. If you had agreed, would you still need to explore? Just by sitting there, people would send you resources, and resources that you can't even use up. I like to obtain my own resources. I work on my own, and I have enough to eat and wear. Jiang Changkong said calmly, I am going to rest first. I used up a lot of energy just now. Lord Lei opened his mouth, and for a moment he couldn't say anything. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment, and then sent a message to Hu Qinglan. Help me find out why Heavenly Star, Budokai invited me to join the position of vice president. The benefits were too great, so great that he didn't dare to accept it. Right now, Immortal Palace and all the major powers were staring at him. A heavenly star, Budokai, came over and said that they wanted to give him the position of vice president. How could he agree so easily? Was it because his talent was terrifying? If that was the case, Xinguang wouldn't dare to speak to him like that. Yi Qiushue said softly, "Lord Jiang, you really shouldn't have rejected. Will I be able to struggle less if I join?" Jiang Changkong said calmly, "The world is full of all kinds of temptations. We need to have the willpower to resist them and be determined." "Lord, why hasn't anyone tempted me since I was born?" A peak star spirit looked at him in confusion. "Jiang Changkong, I don't know about that." "Lord Jiang, you're really determined." Yi Qiushue smiled and retreated to the side. Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged in the void, using his cultivation technique to recover his star power. He had used up a lot of energy just now, so he needed to recover. There was still a tough battle to fight. The people from Star Budokai. Ding dong. A few hours later, Jiang Changkong's phone rang, waking him up from his cultivation. Jiang Changkong opened his phone. It was a message from Hu Qinglan. He clicked on it, and his expression changed. It was a picture of a woman. Flower, Tianrui. No wonder Tianhen asked him to use the soul-killing array. He probably wanted to see if the flower, Tianrui, was the one that his soul-killing array created. "What's the relationship between you and this woman?" Hu Qinglan sent a message with a curious emoji. "This woman is very beautiful. I didn't expect you to fall for her." Jiang Changkong's expression stiffened. "What are you thinking about? What's the relationship between this woman and Star Budokai?" "You are a high-ranking member of the Federation, a mid-stage star body warrior. Now that your status has skyrocketed, can you be more serious?" Chapter 344. In Hua Qinglan's opinion, there was only one thing in Jiang Changkong's mind, and that was to get resources, to improve himself. It was as if he was insulated from love. He had never been moved by a beauty like Liang Qiushuani or a genius like Jian Shuiwe. Now that he was involved with a woman, she suddenly had the urge to gossip. I don't know what their relationship is. Anyway, Heavenly Star Budokai participated in the reclamation because of this woman. Hua Qinglan replied, "She even gave you the position of vice president. I'm afraid this woman has a very high status in Heavenly Star Budokai. You missed a chance to be her mistress." Jiang Changkong twitched the corner of his mouth. "This woman is called Hua Tianrui. She's an old monster who fell from the starry sky." Hu Qinglan was speechless. An old monster who fell from the starry sky? Wouldn't it be a treasure that fell from the starry sky? How many treasures do you have a relationship with? 2 palaces, and now there's a Hua Tianrui? Hu Qinglan was shocked. She even had the impulse to tie Jiang Changkong up and force him to search for treasures that were close to the divine realm for her. Jiang Changkong fell silent. "I still have a treasure trove that is close to divinity in the martial Tao. Would you go crazy if you knew about it? Do you think I want to have a relationship with them?" Thinking about it carefully, he really didn't know what kind of luck he had. Ever since he got the triple light, divine pearl, his luck had never stopped. The soul-stabilizing tree, Hua Tianrui, and now a treasure that was close to the divine level. Before the news spread, the top warriors had come to find him. If the news spread, the entire Federation would probably go crazy. Help me pay attention to this matter. I have a feeling that it's not that simple. Can a treasure be worth the position of vice president? Jiang Changkong didn't think it was possible. The top warriors of Budokai had been exploring the starry sky for countless years and had a strong foundation. After so many years, they had never come into contact with a treasure that was close to the divine level. They definitely had a lot of God-close killing arrays and other resources. No matter how good a treasure was, it would only make them tempted, unless there was a chance to become an immortal. Yes, I will pay attention when it comes to treasures close to the gods, Hu Qinglan replied. I'll be waiting for you to continue taking me to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Changkong did not reply. He did not have a good relationship with Hua Tianrui. He had devoured a portion of her soul. If he encountered another portion of her soul, he would definitely think of a way to kill her. Encompassing the heavens and earth, Zhang Xian began comprehending once more. At this point in the Wasteland Reclamation War, the fighting had become even more intense. A single battle could leave him in a severely injured state, and he would need 2 days to recover. Jiang Changkong was immersed in the world. His teammates were leisurely posting on their WeChat moments to increase his popularity once again. Another few days passed, but Jiang Changkong was still bedridden. Now he had been listed by the Federation as a candidate for a top martial artist, and had even been personally acknowledged by Sky Star Budokai as the strongest martial artist below the top level. Heavenly Star Budokai's words were convincing. Many people agreed with Tianhen's words and regarded Jiang Changkong as the #1 person in Constellation. Powerful strength was enough to crush everything. Finally, Jiang Changkong met another opponent, the Astral Brilliance team. Finally, Astral Brilliance could not wait any longer. With a cold expression, he said, Jiang Changkong, have you thought of how to become an idiot? The sky is still bright. Don't talk in your sleep. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and led his team into the arena. Captain Astral Brilliance, should we attack first? Guyanyu asked in a low voice. Astral Brilliance shook his head slightly. You guys attack later. Jiang Changkong's soul is very strong. We'll weaken him first. All right. Guyanyu and Qiu Yin looked at each other and agreed. Although they were confident in the map of the labyrinth, if Jiang Changkong was too strong, he could completely destroy the soul labyrinth. Both teams entered the arena. Astral Brilliance's expression was full of confidence. His team was stronger than Skystar's. Apart from him, there was also Guyanyu and 2 others in the late constellation stage. What truly made him feel confident was that the other young man with a sword was terrifyingly strong. Even he was far from being a match for him. As for his background, he was not sure. He had asked, but the other party had not told him. Attack! With a cold shout, the arena once again turned into a sky full of stars. Unlike Sky Star's heavenly cycle constellation, after these people turned into stars, the star power condensed into their figures, standing proudly on the stars. Jiang Changkong's eyes flashed. The star formations connected, gathering the power of the 50 constellation warriors. However, he felt that it could not be so simple. Simply gathering the power of 50 people, one person could not withstand it at all. Kill! Astral Brilliance roared. 50 stars instantly flew out, filling the entire arena and enveloping Jiang Changkong and his team. Starlight intertwined and the stars formed a star net, pressing down. A strange power filled the arena. Strands of star power actually left his body and integrated into the 50 stars. Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. Lord, our star power is being absorbed. Yi Qiushui's expression changed greatly. Even with the protection of the sacred sun, it could not stop the star power from flowing away. And after absorbing this star power, the power of the 50 stars also increased. Above the star net, a suppressive force shrouded everyone. Peak astral spirits were powerless to lie down. Even Yi Qiushui, a peak astral body, found it difficult to resist. The star power in his body was rapidly flowing away. This formation extracts star power and refines it. Near God-killing formation. Jiang Changkong's eyes shot out the sacred sun starlight. This was a near God-killing formation. Ancient battlefield near God-killing formation could extract flesh and blood essence and refine it to increase the strength of a martial artist. This formation could extract star power and refine it. As expected of Lord Jiang, you can see the level of this killing formation at a glance. Gu Yenyu's expression was indifferent. An incomplete, near-God killing formation. Don't worry, it will not directly take your life. But without star power, Lord Jiang will not be able to reverse the situation no matter how powerful he is. Your deep foundation is nothing but a joke in front of this formation. Astral Brilliance sneered. As the star net continued to fall, the suppressive force became stronger and stronger, and the extraction of star power became faster and faster. Screech! The golden crow let out a long cry. The sacred sun fire shot into the sky and swept the star net. Wong! The star net trembled and emitted a majestic, devouring force. The golden crow shattered and turned into countless rays of the sacred sunlight, merging into the lightning net. Seeing this, Astral Brilliance laughed loudly. Thank you, Lord Jiang, for your golden crow gift. Near God killing formation. The people of Galaxy Budokai are really shameless. 50 star bodies working together to activate the near God killing formation. Even a peak star body, who is prepared, has no chance of survival. In the sky, Lord Lei and the other two discussed in low voices. Tianheng, who had ended the battle, had a trace of disdain. The people of Galaxy still have the face to say that Jiang Changkong is suppressing people with strength. Didn't they also bully people with their foundation? Apart from this near God-killing formation, I didn't see any brilliant methods. Tianheng, you trash, you can shut up now. Astral Brilliance said coldly without any shame. I am just using Jiang Changkong's method to teach him how to be a person. Teach me how to be a person. Jiang Changkong scoffed. His body shone with black and white light. You don't have that ability. The vast black and white Tai Chi diagram rose from his body, giving off endless light. Billowing blood, chi, and formless soul ripples were also released. Chapter 345. The power of Taiji swallowed the formless fist energy, and the power of the invisible mind manipulation art. The 3 stars manifested at the same time. Jiang Changkong did not dare to drag it out any longer, facing a god-level killing array. Under the protection of the Taiji power, an all-encompassing aura spread out, protecting everyone. Yi Choshu-A and the rest relaxed, the pressure dissipating. They panted heavily. The astral power in their bodies stopped flowing, and they hurried to recover. How long can you resist? Xing Meng stood proudly on the stars, his expression full of disdain. The young man holding the sword suddenly looked up, his eyes shooting out a 3-foot sword aura. 3 stars! I want this star to bloom with 100 flowers. Jiang Changkong pointed with a finger, and the black and white Taiji diagram quickly enlarged, coming into contact with the lightning net. Taiji contained, balanced, and deflected force. The lightning net vibrated, releasing rays of astral light. Jiang Changkong's Taiji star absorbed the astral light, nourishing himself. Where the black and white Taiji diagram spread, the stars bloomed. Black and white flowers. I want this galaxy to bloom with yin and yang. Jiang Changkong spread his hands, black and white intertwining, and thousands of yin and yang energies appeared under his feet. The arena enlarged again, and a galaxy appeared out of thin air. This time, it was Jiang Changkong himself who manifested it. The vast galaxy flowed with yin and yang energies, forming yin-yang flowers. The entire starry sky hung black and white energies, covering the lightning net and the stars. Like a curtain, the sky was half black and half white. The yin and yang energies descended, entering the stars and the bodies of the people. Strange yin-yang flowers bloomed on their bodies. There was no beauty, no fragrance, only pure black and white. Under Jiang Changkong's 3 celestial bodies, The spiritual soul-killing formation had undergone a drastic change. If one sensed carefully, they would find that each yin-yang flower contained 3 kinds of power: invisible fist energy, invisible mind manipulation art, and Taiji power. Do it! Xing Meng's expression changed and he shouted. Facing this yin-yang flower, he instinctively felt fatal danger. The yin-yang flower took root in his body, ready to explode at any time. Rumble! The sky trembled, and the 50 stars released a terrifying suction force at the same time. A powerful force extracted Jiang Changkong's astral power, trying to destroy his array. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. He crossed his palms, and the black and white screen in the sky began to rotate slowly. Yin and yang reverse, heaven and earth shift. The Tai Chi diagram rotated, and the vast Tai Chi diagram restrained the star power to resist the majestic suction force. The power pattern star formation appeared on the surface of his body. 8 power patterns roared and released terrifying power, continuously strengthening the Taiji diagram. Kill! With a roar, the 50 stars released their stellar energy and entered the star web. The star web trembled and turned into a huge star array that pressed down forcefully. Buzz! The spinning black and white Taiji diagram took the initiative to accept the star web. Jiang Changkong's heart sank. The power of the star web was far beyond his imagination. Even with his vast star power foundation, he couldn't bear it. Crack! Cracks appeared in the Taiji diagram above his head, on the verge of shattering. Jiang Changkong, let's see how long you can last. Astral Radiance laughed coldly. You dare to swallow the god slaughter array that we are presiding over? What a big appetite you have. You're asking for it. Jiang Changkong's gaze turned cold. The Taiji diagram vibrated, and so did the galaxy yin-yang flower. The yin-yang flowers on the bodies of the 50 cultivators also began to sway. I want the entire starry sky to bloom with yin and yang. The majestic power of the starlight poured into the god slaughter array and into the yin-yang flower. Of course, it was only a small portion. There was still a large portion that Jiang Changkong couldn't absorb. However, this power far exceeded the limits of his 3 astral bodies. Rumble! The yin-yang flower finally released its killing intent, and the 2 god slaughter arrays detonated at the same time. In an instant, the 50 stars turned into black and white stars. The endless galaxy was left with only black and white. The boundless starry sky bloomed, and a yin-yang flower bloomed. The formless fist force and the formless mind manipulation are intertwined and complemented each other under the power of yin and yang. Apart from these, there was also the power of astral radiance and the star web. The violent power engulfed the entire arena. Everywhere it passed, the stars exploded, and the god slaughter array collapsed. Bang, bang! A series of explosions rang out, and the astral warriors exploded into a mist of blood. Even astral radiance couldn't resist for long. The young man hugging the sword emitted a dazzling sword light, but before he could explode, his body also exploded. This was an absolutely tyrannical power. In the face of this power, no matter how powerful one was, it would be useless. Under the impact of the tyrannical power, Jiang Changkong's body expanded, and 8 power patterns manifested to protect his teammates. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and cracks appeared on Jiang Changkong's body like porcelain breaking. Lord, the expressions of Yi Qiushui and the others changed drastically. It was the first time they saw a wasteland reclamation battle. Jiang Changkong was injured, and his body had cracked. The vast Tai Chi diagram manifested to protect everyone, and golden blood rolled down from Jiang Changkong's body. It's all right, just a minor injury. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. This pain was much lighter than asking the 2 families to help him carve the star arrays. The arena's barrier trembled, releasing a terrifying power as the defensive astral power exploded. In the end, the top barrier was not broken. The The arena was still the same, and boundless power kept surging in the arena. Jiang Changkong kept releasing astral power to protect his teammates, and more cracks appeared on his body. Lord, Yi Qiu Shui and the others were very nervous. They were afraid that Jiang Changkong would explode as well. The impact was too strong, and those people were still being washed away by the power. If they were too weak, they might really be killed. Lord Lei and the other two hurriedly opened a gap in the barrier and used their astral power to guide the power out. If the astral power was allowed to repeatedly wash through the space of the arena, half of the asterism team would definitely die. With the aftermath released, the pressure on Jiang Changkong was greatly reduced. He smiled and said, "It's okay. I said I'll help you win without doing anything, and I'll do it without doing anything." Yi Qiu Shui and the others opened their mouths, speechless. They really won without doing anything. Looking at the members of the asterism team who could not even condense their bodies, Yi Qiu Shui and the others were shocked. Below the top, they were number one. From this moment on, no one could doubt it anymore. As the power was released, the pressure dissipated, and the bodies of asterism and the others began to condense. The first to condense was the sword-hugging youth. Under the impact of the tyrannical power, his sword was still intact, without the slightest damage. The youth that condensed was pale, and he looked at Jiang Changkong with fiery eyes. "You're very strong." Jiang Changkong looked at the youth. He should be the genius Liang Qiu Xuanyi had mentioned. "You're not bad either. If there's a chance, let's compete," the youth said. "There's also the leader battle," Jiang Changkong said calmly. "That's your chance." The youth said no more and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, asterism and the others also condensed. They were all in terrible states, their clothes torn and their hair disheveled. Two stone orbs floated in the air, and Guyanyu and Qiu-yin appeared. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. The soul-resting orb. However, the soul-resting orb was also full of cracks. After this, it probably could not be used anymore. "Lord Jiang, you've lost." Guyanyu and Qiu-yin were smiling. They had the protection of the soul-resting orb, so Jiang Changkong's soul-killing formation did the least damage to them. Chapter 346. The soul-nurturing pearl wasn't exclusive to Hua Tianrui. The fact that Hua Tianrui could get a bunch of them meant that there were a lot of them. Guyanyu and Qiu-yin weren't as lucky as him to get the soul-anchoring tree. But it wasn't surprising that they could get the map of the maze with a few soul-anchoring pearls. Oh, really? The cracks on Jiang Changkong's body healed in an instant. The 3 astral bodies were still active. "My injuries aren't serious." The black and white Tai Chi diagram manifested. Jiang Changkong restrained his aura, not wasting astral power. Bang! Bang! The cultivators came out one by one, but they passed out. They wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Most of the cultivators were unconscious. Only a few mid-star body cultivators and star radiants were awake. Guyanyu and Qiu-yin released their soul power. Wherever they went, darkness descended. The two were weaving the night, enveloping the entire arena with a dark space. The endless darkness was filled with soul power, the soul labyrinth. Once you enter, your body will be lost. Only your soul can find the exit. The two of them seemed to have disappeared into the darkness, and their voices also became faint and indistinct. "Jiang Changkong, how are you going to break the Tao of Soul with your current strength?" Star Radiance's savage voice came from the darkness. "Who gave you the courage to win without doing anything?" "Lord Jiang, forever trapped." Bang! The two of them spoke again. Then something exploded. Bang! There were a few more sounds. The dark space fluctuated violently and then collapsed. Jiang Changkong looked expressionlessly at the pile of minced meat. "Don't you know what it means to fight evil with strength? You're not strong enough to fight. What a joke! I've already seen your map. It's too easy to find you." Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin were confused. They'd specially drawn this map of the fourth floor. Even if they had the soul anchoring tree, they couldn't find it so quickly. Pointing the way didn't take time. Searching didn't take time. You crushed us with just one punch. The two began to doubt life. Star Radiance doubted life the most. Didn't you say that even a peak star rank soul martial artist wouldn't be able to walk out of the labyrinth of souls? Even the two of you who are painters can only draw and can't walk out of it? What was the result? I thought I had hidden it well, but in the end, Jiang Changkong had punched me. This Lord's attainments in the soul, coupled with my body refining Tao, is something you can measure? Jiang Changkong said disdainfully, "They're just a bunch of frogs looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. How would they know how big the world is?" He had to thank Liang Qiu Xuani this time. Yi Qiu Shui and the others were astonished as they looked at Jiang Changkong rubbing them. "Aren't you going too far? I'm afraid the title of number one below the top doesn't suit you. You're an all-rounder." He ranked first in astral power, soul, and body tempering. "Starlight, don't be so arrogant in the future." "No, you might not have a future," Jiang Changkong said indifferently. He led his men and soared into the air, leaving the arena. There was no need to compete anymore. He had already won. The sword-hugging youth did not make a move from the beginning to the end. Perhaps he felt that he had no chance of winning and was waiting for the final leader to fight. "Changkong, your strength has shocked me again." Lord Lei greeted him with a hint of excitement. "You will definitely be able to step into the top ranks in the future." "Below the top ranks, you have the highest hope of stepping into the ranks of the top ranks," the other two light balls said. Even they did not have much hope of stepping into the top ranks. The top martial artists were in another world. They came into contact with the star Tao and explored the mysteries of the immortal God. They were close to gods and could be called living immortals. The top martial artists were even said to be existences that came into contact with the immortal God realm. They could be said to be demigods. In comparison, whether it was low-level, mid-level, or high-level martial artists, they could only be considered mortals. Everyone has hope. Everyone just lacks an opportunity, Jiang Changkong said with a smile. "Yes, we all have hope," Lord Lei said with a smile. He had obtained a cultivation technique that was close to God. As long as he calmed down and comprehended it, he could definitely step into the top ranks. After all, a cultivation technique that was close to God also included the cultivation comprehension of a close God. If he could not even reach the star Tao, he would really be a pig, not to mention becoming a near God. After chatting for a while, Jiang Changkong began to recover. Lord Lei directly gave him a bottle of healing medicine. Jiang Changkong did not stand on ceremony. This medicine was an upper-grade, 9th-grade medicine. Its medicinal power was boundless, and recovery was extremely fast. In a few short breaths, Jiang Changkong's injuries were mostly healed, and he was no longer weak. The star power in his body had also recovered quite a bit. In less than half an hour, he would be completely recovered. It seemed that he would have to prepare more medicine in the future. This battle was somewhat dangerous. Of course, in a battle of life and death, he would still win. However, he understood one thing, and that was that he still had opponents below the top ranks. If there were more Star Masters, they could strengthen the power of the Close God killing array, or a more complete Close God killing array, or even a complete Rank 10 killing array, or Rank 11 killing array. They could all finish him off. The foundation of this group of people could not be underestimated. Very soon, Xingmeng and the others also came out. However, the person in charge had changed. It was the sword-hugging youth. It was not that he had seized power, but that Xingmeng had gone to accompany Tai Yuanlong and become an idiot. With the foundation of a top-rank martial artist, he would definitely be able to heal, but whether or not he would be able to heal, and when was another matter. "Jiang Changkong, how ruthless of you!" Gu Yenyu's expression was gloomy. Other than Xingmeng, more than half of the martial artists had their souls damaged, and were no different from idiots. "Let me return the same words to you. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. Two close god-killing arrays. I cannot control them. You asked for it. In the previous battle, he himself could not control the power that exceeded the limits of the three astral bodies. Under the devastating impact of the power, he was also injured. The uncontrollable soul-killing array injured those martial artists, turning them into idiots. This was something Jiang Changkong could not control. If they did not pour their star power into the star web, Jiang Changkong could still control it. Now that they were blaming him, wasn't it a joke? The sword-hugging youth did not say anything, only recovering at the side. It was as if he was not on the same side as Gu Yenyu's group. It was the same in the previous battle. He only provided star power to activate the close god killing array, and then ignored it. Jiang Changkong also did not target him. Since the other party did not attack, he would not attack either, and the two got along peacefully. This naturally made his teammates unhappy. But Xing Meng was already crippled, and the sword-hugging youth was the strongest, so they did not dare to say anything. The other battles continued, and Jiang Changkong merged with heaven and earth, continuing to comprehend. Not long after, the red ball transmitted to him, telling him which 5 barren lands were the most resource-rich. Now he was the only one with a winning streak, fully deserving of first place. Jiang Changkong noted down all of them. There were already 7 barren lands, and there were still 6 more waiting for him to get them. In the end, he would still get one, for a total of 14 barren lands. Those that could be chosen by the Federation had at least a large vein. It was worth fighting for so long. The leader battle shouldn't be a problem. Xing Meng Budokai only needed to pay attention to the sword-hugging youth and ignore the rest. Tian Heng, Budokai's small group. Even if Tian Heng had a new move, it would at most be similar to Xing Meng, and Lin Fan would be able to block it. Chapter 347. The rest of the battles ended easily. Those who faced Jiang Changkong admitted defeat immediately. If it was impossible to win, then what was the point of fighting? It was better to just admit defeat. Jiang Changkong comprehended the power of the sacred sun. The sword-hugging youth waved at the void. A ray of sword light woke Jiang Changkong up. What's the matter? Jiang Changkong asked. The youth looked at him for a moment, then turned and left. Follow me. Jiang Changkong was curious and followed. Changkong, this person's background is mysterious. Be careful, Lord Lei reminded. Jiang Changkong nodded. Since Lord Lei said so, it was obvious that the Federation could not find out his background. Thinking of Liang Qiushhuani and Sha Hongtao's words, he became even more curious. What was the relationship between this person and that genius, and where did he come from? The two went deep into the mountains, far away from the wasteland reclamation battle. The youth stopped on a tree and said calmly, My name is Feng Qixing. You called me here to tell me your name? Jiang Changkong asked doubtfully. Yes, Feng Qixing nodded and said, I'm also curious about how you cultivated your astral bodies. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, If you want to pry into other people's secrets, should you tell me your own first? What do you want to know about me? Feng Qixing asked calmly. Where are you from? Back then, a swordsman appeared in the Void Realm, but it was short-lived and there was no trace of him after that. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, He's the same as you. We can't find out anything about him. The Void Realm is vast and boundless, and the things hidden in its depths are not something even deities can find out. A faint smile appeared on Feng Qixing's face. Just like Liang Qiushhuani, she wants to bring you to a place. Huh? You know that too? Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. I heard your conversation that day. It's just a little secret technique. It's normal that you didn't discover it. Feng Qixing leaned against the tree and said, How do I say this about my origins? I can't tell you where I came from for the time being, but I can tell you my intentions. Oh, Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. You're not here for me, are you? They are indeed here for you. To be precise, They are here for your celestial bodies. Sword light flashed in Feng Qixing's eyes. In the ancient interstellar era, there were once 2 great celestial bodies, or even 3 great celestial bodies. It seems that you know more than the Federation. If that's the case, why are you still here? Jiang Changkong frowned. Back in the interstellar era, the cultivation civilization had almost reached its peak. Immortals, gods, and mortals coexisted in the world. Feng Qixing stood up and walked slowly, but for some reason there was a huge change. Only true gods remained in the starry sky, and the immortal gods disappeared. Over the endless years, even those who were close to the gods could not withstand the passage of time and died of old age. They were just like us now, frantically searching for clues to the immortals and gods, until they found the 3 great celestial palaces and started the war that ended the interstellar era. In that war, true gods fell, and the starry sky trembled. The 3 great celestial palaces were shattered and fell to various parts of the universe. Jiang Changkong nodded. Hua Tianrui had shown him the scene of the war in the starry sky. The Flower Sea Kingdom was destroyed in that war, and Hua Tianrui had also fallen in that war. What does this have to do with my celestial bodies? Jiang Changkong asked, puzzled. I don't know what it has to do with me. If I knew, I wouldn't have talked so much with you. Feng Qixing sighed softly and said, according to the records, the reason for the war was for the ultimate battle physique formed by the fusion of the 3 great celestial bodies. You who have been to the battle palace should know about the legendary ultimate battle physique. But I don't know Tai Chi Yin Yang. My friend Jiang Changyue does. If there's a chance, I'll introduce her to you, Jiang Changkong said calmly. But you know Tai Chi Yin Yang. In the eyes of some people, this is enough to make up for the deficiency of the power of the moon. Feng Qixing's expression turned serious. Furthermore, based on what you did today, you can completely cultivate the power of the moon. It's too tiring. Furthermore, I have too much power in my body. If I have more, I won't be able to hold on, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Feng Qixing's eyes flickered. Are you and Jiang Changyue really not the same person? You can go and check. Changyue and I have fought together before, Jiang Changkong said calmly. All right, you've said so much, but I feel like you're just testing me. Feng Qixing shrugged with a hint of helplessness. I really can't tell you about my origins. Then how I cultivated the celestial bodies is also not something I can tell you. Jiang Changkong's expression turned slightly cold. Feng Qixing narrowed his eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. A formless sword intent filled the surroundings, causing people to feel a stabbing pain all over their bodies. You want to fight? Then you better think carefully. Jiang Changkong put his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. Huh. Feng Qixing laughed lightly, and the formless sword intent dissipated. He shook his head and said, I know in my heart that I'm not your opponent. The final battle forbids killing. That's when I should act. You're very wise, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Feng Qixing's strength was indeed not bad, but there was still a gap between him and the 3 celestial bodies. Oh, right, I have a secret manual here. How about exchanging secrets with you? An ancient book appeared in Feng Qixing's hand. It was written in star language. It will be of great help to you. Cloud Sky Secret Manual? Jiang Changkong looked at the ancient book and frowned. This is the White Cloud martial art, an incomplete near-god martial art. Back then, there was a near-god martial art. This is only the late-stage star path, but the star formation and comprehension are very complete. Feng Qixing passed the ancient book over. How about this? Do you know how you cultivated the celestial bodies? All right. Jiang Changkong took the book and said with a smile, actually, you'll be able to cultivate these celestial bodies as you cultivate. Feng Qixing. He managed to master it after practicing for so long? What kind of exchange is this? Actually, it's not difficult. I just need to use Taiji to balance the two celestial bodies. Jiang Changkong saw his ugly expression and said, "Previously, the information I received was to use force to balance the sun and moon. I can't do that, so I can only use Taiji to balance them." Feng Qixing's expression softened slightly. "So, the secret is in your Taiji martial art? You can understand it that way." Jiang Changkong turned and left. "Think about it yourself. I'll take my leave first." Feng Qixing thought for a while and got up to return to the battlefield. The problem had been solved. As for Jiang Changkong's Taiji martial art, he felt that he should live for a few more years. If he had any ideas, he would be killed by others. This is not something I need to worry about. Let them worry about it. Right now, Jiang Changkong is a treasure in their eyes. Feng Qixing smiled and stopped thinking about it. Now, all the forces had their eyes on Jiang Changkong. Even the Federation was paying attention to him. Facing the entire Federation, no one could be unafraid. If they were forced into a corner and provoked a near god, it would be a big problem. Feng Qixing was sure that if too many strong cultivators were involved, the Federation would definitely invite a near god or even a few to wipe out everything. My life is tiring, and I still have to test how strong Jiang Changkong's combat power is. Isn't this making things difficult for me? With my strength, how can I be a match for him? Feng Qixing muttered in a low voice, venting his dissatisfaction.